Alright, let's begin. Let's begin. I don't even have all my stuff properly set up yet. What's up, people? It's Saturday. Let's have a good time. Or, at least make progress. I can accept that. I can accept progress being made at a minimum. We are beginning painting our RG explosives expert. My mouth just decided to immediately cease working. Also, I'm going to switch the music up here real quick. I mostly just wanted to listen to that one song and then move on. This seems good. Cool deal. How are the people? Gonna move all the other sub-assembly pieces out of my way. Yes, we're starting with the torso, which I think we can just do this whole thing today and maybe a couple of other pieces. I'm not going to be doing it to nearly the detail level I've been doing, say, the white scars at, so it should be a lot faster. We're going to start by throwing some... Hey, Shiny Mew, how you doing? I'm thinking start with the texture, the base paint, although I'm wondering if I don't want to wait until after I place the terrain piece on there. I know this is fairly big, that was kind of on purpose. You know what? Actually, yeah, no, I'm gonna put some more texture paint around that specifically. I kind of want a lot more access for doing the majority of the texture paint. How you doing, Mew? How's your weekend going thus far? And are we slaying some gray today? Needs to be lowered. Good, just got back from the local hobby shop. Nice. What was your, what was the loot today? Get any mad good drops? Pick up some new dice. Nice. Special or just restocking the standard ammo? Actually reminds me, at some point I'd like to get more of the Raven Guard dice. I actually really like the Forge World Raven Guard dice. I know they did some of the other Legions dirty, but I thought the Raven Guard ones were very good. If expensive. Ugh. And while 19 is nice and, seems appropriate, I wouldn't mind more. Especially as 30 plasma shots is going to be more and more part of my primary tactics going forward whenever I get back to playing more consistently. Couple months, I think. I do feel like I need to work on my basing game. Just like, I don't know, I was mentioning that in my last tournament, that while my paint jobs are very good, my bases were just kind of boring. I'm like, you know what? I think you might be right. It's just, I like this gray, almost like moonscape thing, but maybe if I like just add some inconsistency to the ground, that would help. I mean, I'm already adding the that big wall, so I mean that's something, but just a little bit additional seems like it could be good. Cool deal. All right, what do I want to paint next? So we've got. Oh, that actually reminds me. There's actually something I have to paint first. Over on, I forgot I did this until I was making. Not this guy, the next guy. So former. Yes, the weakling has survived another day to stream. I need to go back to the sergeant, and I realized when I made this, I'd actually put in a little carved in the green stuff, a little skull here, and then I forgot to paint it when I painted this guy. So I'm gonna do that real quick, and then probably I might just, oh, you know what I can do? Where's that cork with all the blue tack on it? How you doing, former? Of course, I realized this after I put the texture paint on there, so I can't just push down the paint. I don't want to push down on the green stuff. Ah! Maybe if I can grab the hips, grab the man by the hips, and push. Yes, that seemed to have worked. Cool. I'm gonna jump back and forth between the skull here and our two little trophy skulls there. Yes, that seems good. Very good. I need to rack our flesh. You know what? I'm gonna get a bunch of this excess paint off on the big pieces. So I'm not wasting paint. Wait, I just realized something listening to this song. Why were the dwarves constantly punished for being too good at what they did? Why was that a built-in thing? I mean, I know why, but like, that seems kind of messed up, Tolkien. You made the dwarves so good at mining and business and collecting riches, and then you set up the universe to automatically punish them for it. What's up with that? It's because strangely enough, for being a British Catholic, he didn't care much for those qualities. Yeah, that just popped into my mind. Because of the line too close to the frame, too close to the flame, which you'd think would reference Moria, where they dug so deep they disturbed the Balrog. Actually, I don't even know if that was originally how that worked. I think actually the Balrog just kind of wandered in later. But anyway, but the songs ran about Erebor, which was they acquired so much wealth that it caught the attention of Smaug. It's kind of interesting to think about, considering that that's not how our reality works. Usually, it causes a positive feedback loop. The more you have, the easier it is to get more of that thing. And everyone went real quiet. You guys not like my philosophical musings? Alright, that's the undercode on there. No, I was taking a picture of my haul. No worries, man. You gonna post that in the Discord? Actually, I see there is notification in the Discord. That might just be Sai yelling at me, but you know. Oh no, it was Bugatti. Oh, is I think Bugatti's just learning what Rough Riders actually are. I Oh wow, they made Attilan versions. Like they went straight Mongol with it. They actually look really good. I hadn't seen these models yet. Oh, these look amazing. But yeah, it looks like Bugatti's fairly new to Warhammer. He doesn't know what Rough Riders actually are, so he's completely blown away by this. Oh, we have pictures of the hall. Ooh, those oh, what dragon symbol is that again? I know it. It's not coming to mind. What like brand is that? Or like, signifier. What coat of arms is that? Is that dice pledged to? I don't know, I've lost it. I'm gone. Yesterday's stream was called Discarding Sandy. Discarding Sandy like I'm a blue player. I'm not, by the way. I'm farmer based. Actually, I don't even play Magic a lot, but I saw a video a little while ago that had me chuckling because basically it was using your Magic color preferences to describe your personality and your among a few other things. A local seller. Oh, cool. Nice. I just feel like I've seen that dragon emblem before. I don't know. Anyway, it had me chuckling because it ended up that it named my preference as like the best person of them. I'm like, ha! I knew nothing about Magic when I chose that color combo, and I still know very little about Magic. I know how to play it, but I just bummed because my dice goblin. Oh, you're one of those. Do you even know how many you have? I am wondering. Like, what's the current count? What's the dice census? I am particularly inquisitive today. I get used to that. I have a feeling it's not going to stop. Lots of very unnecessary questions. A big old fishbowl full. Ah, fair. And what's the fish feel about that? Sup, Eustace? How you doing? How's your weekend? It's Saturday. I'm excited. Hello there. That may very well be this guy poking out of that tree, or out from behind that tree. I just realized, do I even have? Yeah, I do have. You have any painted black beakies right now? I just realized so many of my beakies have the white helmets of some kind of officer or specialist, and I'm wondering if I even have any. Oh, maybe one of company vets. Sorry, I'm all over the place today. My mind's over. Oh yeah, one of my company vets got black beaky. Champion has a stylized black beaky, but it's still black beaky. Okay, anyway, sorry. You are good? Nice. Yeah, I am particularly I guess just all over the place today, so prepare for tangents. Tangents incoming. There's no fish in it? Yeah, not anymore. Fish couldn't pay rent anymore after all the dice led him to develop a gambling habit. What is my mind today? I should have named the stream today discarding Sandy. That'll be yesterday. Or actually I guess no, it must be that yesterday was that successful. I've been streaming for 20 minutes and I am already off the handle. There's gonna be 8 more hours of this. Well, 7:40. Well, you know what? If the chat's hyping, which usually is on Saturday, might go later. Minimum of 8 more hours of this. I feel bad for you guys. We need to get Sai in here so he can bear the brunt of this because he deserves it. But yes, I am pretty hyped, and my paint is extremely wet and not really doing anything. I'm slathering it around, but it will do next to nothing at that thinness level. Good lord. Yeah. I'm gonna assume that's a lull at my excellent gambling joke. Uh, and you're just way behind me on the stream lag. That's how I'm gonna view that. That's my chosen official story. Mobile delay? Okay, yeah, makes total sense. Now I will be able to factor that in. That's probably opaque enough. Yes. Nope, not Agrax. I mean Skeleton Horde. I'm really excited about this Infiltrator project. Honestly, I've got some real fun ideas I can't wait to make. But I want to keep the crafting and the painted somewhat balanced. And I was excited to paint these guys as well. Micah canceled RIP? Oh, I canceled the stream? Oh no. I suppose, I mean, where will all those people go? Man. It's not like I have room for them in here or anything. I can't even continue with the joke. Why'd he cancel? Is he okay? Actually, I suppose I can just go look. I have the power. Oh wow, I'm way behind those announcements. Okay. Taxes. No. Okay, that's fair. That's fine. I did my taxes earlier this week actually. It wasn't good. Uh so I understand his pain. Well, I am glad I can be here to fill that hole for you. Sorta kinda. In my own insane, probably politically incorrect way, if I had to guess. I thinned the skeleton horde down too much. It is now gravity responsive, which is not always the best. In fact, usually it's quite annoying. Like, it can be useful, getting it thin enough for gravity, but, not at this exact moment. It can be nice when you want the shader to jump to lower parts stronger. Isn't exactly what this coat is meant for, but I guess fair enough. I can deal with it. Yeah, I think some of my longer term energy levels was just like getting stuck on White Scars for so long. This is a lot of fun. Just throwing skulls and everything, and feathers and fetishes, and making them real angry. Oh wait, no, that was the description of the stream. The only thing I wish I had were little bits, just because I know I'm not skilled enough to make my green stuff, of the little bird bones and stuff like tied together with little like leather things, like bits like that I could just pop everywhere. That'd be really cool. I just yeah, I don't yet have the skill to pull that off. So I barely pulled off the other bird skull I tried carving yesterday, and I think I got somewhat reasonable last night. It's still not great. I hope it'll look like reasonable. You know what? I might not color a bone. I might color it something so it's obvious it's artificial. Maybe I will color bone. I don't know. We'll see what it looks like. Probably next week. Unless I just dive through this guy. Who knows? Is this dry enough to dry brush yet? Which is going to be a thing with all the stuff around it, but, I think so. Cool. I hit the camera. Very good. I'm going to try using a very small brush. Are any of these strong or like stiff enough to actually work? I'm going to try this. Seems like all the people I want to watch whilst I paint have canceled their streams. I swear this week is cursed. Man, ow. Let me tell you. Unless you were trying to watch me Thursday, in which case, fair enough. But like, geez, savage. What are you painting anyway? Actually, for me, since I got sick back in December, I haven't December into like half of January. I haven't even like been super active in interacting with the other streamers. Which I almost feel bad for, but it's just like I'm trying to catch up on so much work. I'm way behind on stuff still, like on social media. I have a bunch of new contracts coming in for stuff, and I'm just like trying to like keep things rolling forward. I don't have the extra energy to like try to be active members of other streamers for the most part right at the moment. Oh no, I'm messing with you, man. Like it was just way too easy. Why isn't that command working? Oh, hold on. Sorry. That's my bad. The command's not working because I want to mix it up on because I am a terrible streamer. Clearly. Actually, wait. Did have I put it as a rule? I don't remember. What are my rules again? I think I made one like as a like not really a rule, but I was like we don't apologize here. That's not a thing. I actually was thinking about the other day as I was reminded that you can blacklist words, which I think I don't like that personally as a thing, but I thought of it as like comedically. What if I blacklisted like the word sorry, apologize? What was the other one? There's another word I thought would be kind of funny to blacklist. Excuse or excuses, so you can't say like excuse me or something like that. I don't know. Anyway, okay, mix it up's working like on again, so you should be able to use the commands. Sorry about that. Beta would be pretty funny to blacklist as well. It never comes up, but in case it ever did. What's my opinion on pork pies? Uh, First off, I have to remember what pork pies are, so I'm gonna look that up real quick so I can give a proper informed opinion on pork pies. Oh, those things. Those things are amazing. Dude, all day. Like, give me two of them. Not two slices, two pies. Like right now, actually. Oh man, now I want that. I'm making cube steak for dinner. Now I want pork pies. Man, how dare you? You have tempted me with amazing food. And I had a snack before streaming too, and I could totally go for more. You have some? I am going to I'm gonna live vicariously through you for this moment, and then I'm gonna try to like convince one of my sisters to make pork pies later this week. Probably the one that's not a health nut. But yes, Shiny, I nothing offends me. Nothing offends me. If I sound offended, I am joking. That is 100% of the time. There, there is also a very strong tradition of banter in both directions in this chat. So be ready. I also realized I did not. Oh wait, no, that's the dry way more. Never mind. This is just basically finishing this skull up. Nice. That looks good. That looks actually way more balanced. Okay, I kept having a feeling when looking at this guy. I was like, hey, it doesn't seem quite right. This is the balance that originally had him like in my original concept, which I was like months ago, because I was finishing up the White Scars commission. When I modeled this back in like November, and I finally painted this like last week, and I was like, something doesn't seem right. That skull was the thing that was supposed to balance us out a bunch compositionally, because kind of like about there is like the angle, like his ideal angle, and now you have boom 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 triangle. It's good triangle. You know, lots of uh, lots of geometric perfection. It's good. I like it. And now I can move this guy back onto the nice handle and not my ghetto handle. We have things in the Discord. Ooh, ooh. Tell me, tell me about this character. Do you have a character made for this, Shiny? I'm gonna pop this on screen real quick. This mini looks cool. Man, I want to do some D&D commissions, like, kind of badly. I just have never gotten a D&D commission. Uh, this, however, it's so... Why is this so zoomed in? Google, Chrome, why do you do this to me? Um, I apparently have the music on video and not on song. So let's jump to song. Yes, you're a great cover artist. You do pretty good work. What do you... Yes. Uh, There we go. Bam! Look at that. This is fun. I want to learn about this character. This goblin noblewoman? Well, crown, princess, queen even. Of what looks like a very civilized society. I am fascinated. Is hybrid magic? Or have goblins truly ascended? Hey, happy Saturday, 40-year-old painter. Now it's going to be an NPC for homebrew. Oh, okay. Very cool. I like it. I would love to hear the story about this goblin princess queen ruler. This is a thing that fascinates me. How you doing, 40-year-old? How you doing, boomer? I don't think it's actually boomer. I think it's Gen X. Sup, Gen X? How you doing on this fantastic Saturday? It is a happy Saturday, or at very least a very like an ADHD Saturday. I am off the handle. Kind of cleaning this one brush and switch to a more reasonable dry brush for the two main skulls here. Character that mini is based off of on the right is called Regina, the Goblin Matriarch, and its by an artist came Huffslav. Huffslav. My brain went straight to Slavic, I suppose. Huffslav. I have played way too much Cards Against Humanity. I can't even. Anyway. Good lord. If anyone else here regularly plays Cards Against Humanity, you probably know immediately the card I'm thinking of. But yeah, Huffslav, that's a pretty cool name. But as I said prior, the character that I'm going to use for that is going to be an NPC in a homebrew, so nice. I'm well, playing on my Atari, trying to get my DeLorean to How's you? I'm actually, I'm doing great. I had a pretty tired week for most of the week, but I think that was because of a storm blowing through, and that has now passed and is once more cold, which I don't really care much for that part, but it's better than the, oh hey, it's finally like 55 in Rhode Island, but also it's like super heavy and rainy, so you're just falling asleep all day, or wishing you could fall asleep, but just so tired. That is no longer the case, so pretty good. It's Saturday, and I am painting some of my own guys. As the white scars are done, think insert favorite deity here. So I am painting some very tribalized, very angry, ready to mess stuff up Raven Guard, and I could not be happier. This is going to be our probably one of two explosives experts, as this guy will be carrying. Where's the piece? Well, he is an infiltrator. He is carrying a haywire mine, as Raven Guard now have their own secondary, secure, and sabotage based on planting explosives on objectives, and that will pretty much always be my infiltrators. So I am grabbing the incursor pieces and then incorporating them into the infiltrators. And yes, there's a possibility those rules will change before I even get to field these guys, because I don't get to play very often. I don't care. Players aren't at the town where this NPC is located, but yes. Future proofing. Nice. I assume. I am assuming much. I am okay with this. And I have a lot of very fun ideas for these Raven Guard. I can't wait. They're a town up from the town the NPC is the PNC. No, English. I am really falling apart today. Just Just now I'm throwing my paint, guys. I'm throwing it. I'm throwing. Like a real gamer, I choose when I lose. It's when I throw. So, how did this matriarch become a matriarch? Like, what is the social structure that has this goblin in such a position? Or are goblins just super civilized in this environment? I might have removed 100% of the paint from this brush. That's a possibility. I'm not sure yet. Oh no, there's paint on it. We're good. I really need to get some makeup brushes to do dry brushing, honestly. Yo, pro tip. Well, I can't say from experience. I've heard and then looked up and saw the results. Makeup brushes make the best dry brushes. So, yeah, do that. Head to your nearest Sally's and get some makeup brushes. Alright. Uh, let me see. I'm trying to remember. Were you playing in your Atari? Like, were you being specific about the DeLorean? Like, are you playing some Back to the Future game? I'm trying to remember how I did these pouches. I think I just did just dry brush Mornfang Brown, then the other stuff. Tyrant Skull, Praxity White, I think. Can I pull up this brown here on my palette? I definitely can. Good lord, that's a lot of brown. Like Shiny, you likely will find fairly quickly. I am fascinated by social structures. So seeing odd ones crop up, I'm like, all right, I want to understand all of the details. How does this hierarchy function? Very interesting to me. And how did they reach that hierarchy? Like what causes hierarchy to what problems or solutions led to that to a potentially abnormal hierarchy? And if you don't have all that info yet, I mean that's totally fine, obviously. But if you do, I desire knowledge. The reason why this goblin matriarch is the way she is because her castle sits on top of a magical spring that prevents goblins in the land from being feral. Oh! So just straight up civilized goblins. Nice! I like how there's a defined reason for it. So you can have your standard goblins elsewhere that people expect, and you can have these goblins just throw people for a loop. Now, are these non-feral goblins? Are they, like, do they end up exhibiting gnome-like behavior? As, gnomes and goblins share a lot of neutral traits that then are kind of deviating in different directions because of their general alignment, or or what, or they end up being more like someone else. Alright, cool, cool. That's the brown. Good, good. Oh, actually, I kind of want some on those little straps coming off from the grenades. Okay, this is an interesting song for me. I actually really like this song, but the thing it's talking about, I can't say I agree with. Is New Black Gold by Miracle of Sounds, which is a song based on Deus Ex, Human Revolution, which I need to actually finish playing at some point, and then its sequel. As it is a subject I really like, human augmentation, and yeah. They're more close to halflings, but still exhibit goblin tendencies like being obsessed with anything shiny. Well, yeah, because that's a neutral trait. That does not lead to ferality. That makes sense. More like halflings. Fair enough. I figure with their propensity for crafting and well, I think probably crafting is the big one. In the lands, there are only maybe 3 or 4 human settlements and one human kingdom that has a peace treaty. Oh. Are humans like a new player in this region? Is that man, by, by the time I'm done with the stream, you're gonna have this entire world like figured out because I'm gonna just be asking you all the questions. I think I'm actually doing a much better job on this guy's straps than the sergeants. This guy is way more than the sergeants, so I suppose it makes sense that these get a lot more attention. Yes, humans were the reason why spring was discovered. Oh. I'm sure the humans were very relieved to find a way of reducing the goblin issue. Now, oh man, you got me on a whole thing now. My brain's just going. So like, you said a peace treaty. I assume that's with the goblin area. Uh, did they become like a protectorate? Like, why didn't the humans just be like, okay, cool, you guys are now absorbed into our kingdom, and you can now pay taxes like everyone else? Because I feel like at least like real humans would be a lot more likely to do that. All right. Next, we'll hit all the metal, as the straps seem pretty good. So the grenades, the soft seals. I think the skull piece in the middle will be metal. Yeah, and the pistol. Yes, a protectorate. Nice. I assume with taxes involved. Man, I love this stuff way too much. You know what? I'm gonna start at the bottom and work my way up. No, not necessarily. Okay, so what do they provide the humans for the humans to keep them around? Because I assume this being medieval, like not necessarily at the point where they're super concerned about morals and ethics just yet. Like, what's the resource that they provide that keeps them worth protecting? Because I'd imagine that magic spring has other effects, other attributes that would make it valuable. Because here's something I've always wondered, right? In D&D worlds, right? You have things like, let's say in classic original terms, you have stuff like goblins, kobolds, orcs, what's it, gnolls, right? These are evil line creatures. Goliaths usually as well. Evil lines, sentient or semi-sentient creatures. that are consistently just problems for the civilized races. The civilized races get to a certain point of power. When do they start just wiping out these races, just systematically annihilating them? Because their existence is only malevolence. So even though now you have civilized goblins, like civilized races, to be within a civilization usually comes with some level of social responsibility, because that's the thing that sentience gives you, the ability to be responsible. So I'd imagine on one hand they guard the spring, and then what else? Do they develop research around the spring? Is that like one of the big things? Like they're free R&D? Once every 100, the humans send a brutally injured hero to be healed by the spring. Every 100 what? But okay, so alright, so if you know Warhammer, it's kind of like their Dreadnought protocol, except back normal. Goblins, my homebrew, have a healing factor in their blood. Oh. That would be a good reason to not just wipe out goblins. Because they provide a resource. Alright. Even feral goblins then have usefulness. And then eventually hit the point of like civilized factions have the technological capacity to just farm goblins. Years. Once every 100 years, the humans send a brilliant. They protect this thing from, I assume, all the other dangers around that the goblins can't handle, and they get a once a century. Like, okay, this dude got really messed up. Like, is that just based on how often the spring can do it, or was that arbitrary decided upon? Because if the spring can just do that, like all the time, man, that should just be a medical center right there. We just send everyone there. Free healthcare for everyone. You just travel to the Goblin Protectorate and they just handle you. That would be worth, guarding at all costs. Like, man, Human Kingdom would never let that go. They'd fight wars to defend that thing. Drop of a hat for that kind of resource. But yeah, if the spring can only actually manage that once a century, then that makes sense. I just like exploring all of the options because that's fun. Man, now I'm wondering what the social implications for the guy that gets healed and the ones that don't. Like, oh, healing opportunities coming up. Who are we picking? How do we pick? How do we keep that man from becoming either a saint or a pariah because of everyone else thinking about how someone else did or didn't get healed? Fascinating. Like, you'd always have your protractors, but, it's not the spring that can do it. Every 100 years, a goblin is born as axe spring that causes healing to take place. Oh, okay. And they can only do it once in their lifetime, or like maybe like is it because they have to sacrifice the goblin to do that? I got metal on the bloody belt. Yeah, that's good. Very rarely is as is the case in its matriarch. She's over 600 years old. Jeez. Man, she must be a vicious politician. Oh, I see what you mean. Very rarely they can pull it off. Gotcha. Oh yeah, that little metal thing there. What do I want to color that? I think I'm gonna do that bronze after I do the feathers. So next I should shade all the metal. Goblin can only do it once, and there's no sacrifice involved. They only have enough magical energy for it to be done once 700. Okay. In rare cases, every 500 years, there's a Goblin ability to do it for the next millennia. Those new Rough Riders. Oh yeah, yeah. I was talking about that earlier. Bugatti. That's what Rough Riders are. That's what they've always been. It's just they finally gave them updated models that don't look insane, or I mean, that aren't just straight up Death Guard. Oh, those aren't melee spears. Like they have spear tips, but those are shaped charges. Those are, and they have two options. They have frag and they have crack, and a crack will absolutely crack open a tank. This goblin that's currently in power is that once a million. Oh, so she's super special. They also have, if you notice, one of them has a plasma thing, like a plasma double tip thing. That is an even more potent version that's plasma based that will also go right through tank armor. The horses are also massively genetically and cybernetically enhanced. Oh no, they have cyborg pieces, but they are massively enhanced. Like those horses, I've been known to take heavy bolter shots and keep running. Y yeah, you're good, Shiny. I'll catch you around. Thank you for the lurk. Enjoy thy peace in the shadows. Still looks silly. I mean, this is 40k. Come on. There's a story of Imperial Guard running out of ammo, so they ran at the orcs, yelling "bang bang," and the orcs started dying, and then the orcs countered by having a bunch of orcs come together and be like, "I'm a tank, I'm a tank, I'm a tank, I'm a tank," and they couldn't die from the Imperial Guard yelling "bang bang" at them. Like this is 40k. Uh, the winged hussars are the Raven Wing of the Dark Angels. Straight up, look at them. They have wings on their bikes. I know, I used to own some. Because the Dark Vengeance box was my first box. And that was Dark Angels. Because a Black Templar thought it'd be funny to have me, for my first miniatures, convert Dark Angels into Raven Guard. Uh, I think the Rough Riders are more. I mean, they're named after the what was that, Theodore Roosevelt guys, but I mean, really, they're just any kind of light infantry that uses spears on horseback. But yeah, Rough Riders have been around for forever. That is not new by a long stretch. The models are new, and I think they're amazing. Actually, I think those are really good models for Rough Riders. I like how they're. What I think is somewhat silly is how they're named straight up Attilan. Like these are Huns, outright, just all the way. Like not even trying to hide it. They're just named Attilan, like Attila the Hun. I'm kind of stuck. Oh no, no, I can do the feathers. How did I do these feathers? How did I do that? That was Cantor blue, then a little bit of highlighting with Lothern blue, dry brush with Praxeti white, I think, and then blue ink. Or no, it was Nuln Oil. It was Nuln Oil. Yeah. Okay. Cantor blue. But no, the Winged Hussars in a lot of ways do actually make sense in the greater 40k universe for because you have to consider the Imperial Guard grabs regiments from just about every planet they control, right? That the Imperium has. They all have a tithe of men, usually also women, but whatever. That's besides the point. Uh, Many of those planets are what are called either feral or no, feral or are they called medieval? Knightly. Knight? No, not knight. I don't know. We'll call them medieval worlds. And yeah, their tech level is stuck for one reason or another, or has been recently regressed to and has not built back up to a tribal or a like our middle age level, whether or not actually European middle age or not is besides the point. And this is not immediately repaired by the Imperium because they see the much tougher people that usually breeds to be of a good enough resource to kind of just leave them alone and just grab soldiers from there. And obviously, when you get soldiers that have been that 3 weeks ago were literally beating someone's head in with a flint axe head of flint shards shoved into a stick, then it's going to be a little hard to train them on how to use a las gun or fly a Valkyrie, right? So they use things like Rough Riders, for example, from plants that have a horseman tradition, where all they have to do is just drive those spears into an appropriate target. The spears do the rest, and by do the rest I mean explode with either frag or crack or the plasma one, whatever that's called. Usually annihilating anything that they hit. And it is actually surprisingly effective because, like I said, the horses are massively modified. They're not full machines, but they are massively modified to be able to take an absurd amount of damage. and and they're very fast. And because they're horses, they can actually go over terrain too rough for your average other vehicle. Because most of the Imperium does not use hover vehicles very much, and sometimes battlefield terrain can get too much even for tanks. In fact, it's actually not that hard when you have things like Titans putting craters, you know, dozens of feet wide. Basically tank traps at that point. I'm actually quite happy for Imperial Guard players that they got updated Rough Rider models that are not Deathcore Krieg, actually. Which means there's now a chance I might face Rough Riders in the future, which I find fun. Like a Deathcore more? I mean, a Deathcore Riders are the same thing. Is my Discord 18 plus? I mean, I've not run into anyone trying to post NSFW stuff, but I mean, my stream is already 18 plus, so I would assume everyone in the Discord is probably 18 plus. I don't, I don't police it super hard. The 18 plus is more for allowing you guys to talk about and say whatever it is you guys want in the chat. You know, swear, curse, talk about sex, as whatever. I'm I am not very much one for moderation as a concept. So I mean, just go with the one basic rule: don't try to make others have a bad time. Everything else is pretty much allowed. Their coolest model style, in my opinion. I mean, yeah, their aesthetic is great, but yeah, their Rough Riders are the same thing. They also have Rough Riders. You know what? I'm gonna say let's not go hard porn. Let's go up to like Adeptus Ridiculous poster level. I'm fine with their posters. We'll have a little bit of class. A little bit. Not a lot, but a little bit. Or you know what I might do? I might make a separate channel for that. And I'll just let you guys just go wild. Like these are the wild lands over here. Okay, well I have an Oni Pan as the final boss of the campaign. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna say in like an own I think miniatures are fine as long as they're not trying to be vulgar. Because, I mean, like, okay, you have the Slanesh, right? The Demonettes. The Demonettes literally have exposed breasts. So, like, just screw it. Saying it's technically nude, that's why I asked. It's just about XKS tentacles? I'm gonna have to make a channel separate for that nonsense. The Oni miniature, that's fine. Um, yeah, just make sure it's in the right channel. Let me make a Wildlands or something channel way at the bottom. Do do do. It seems to be its own like category. Oh, it just didn't drag. Okay, hold on. I don't like how it forces me to have the thing in a specific spot to drag a channel around in Discord. Like, just let me use my scroll wheel, please. Uh, okay. All right. There's a age-restricted channel at the bottom for people to just go freaking nuts. I don't care what happens then. Actually, I'm gonna add that to the description. Uh, table explicitly doesn't care what happens in here. There you go. There you go. Now you got a channel to do anything you freaking want. I don't care. Just text me. Apparently she wants to come over, but my friend is coming over. Wants to rematch Warriors against my guard. Man, that is hard to choose between. Well, okay, did you have your friends plan earlier? In which case, I would say it is reasonable. I think that, you know, you had made plans. And if the girlfriend wants to come over, she can come over and hang out while you do the thing you already. Um, oh, it's in that channel? Oh, it's in the Wildlands channel? Okay. I'll go check it out then. Um, this is more for Bugatti's nonsense. I think this is fine actually to go up in D&D. You can go put this in D&D. This isn't app. I mean, you can leave it in there if you want, but you can also just put it in D&D. This is fine. I've seen way worse as far as managers are concerned. Um, but yeah, if people want to go completely off the handle, they have that channel now. Go for it. I am not here to tell people what they can and cannot say. I just giving some kind of guiding structure, I think, is reasonable enough. Yeah, a few days plan. Yeah, then I'd say, you know, go. I already had these plans. Um, at this late notice, I feel like it'd be rude to cancel. And you know, if you can come over if you want, obviously, but you know, I'm going to be continuing with the plans I made. I'm having deja vu all of a sudden, but yeah, my Scout Sentinel ticked them off quick and annoying. Oh, nice. Sometime soon, I'd like to get a game or two in of 40K, but I need to make more work happen. So for now, no. This is cool model too. Did they do an update on the Scout Sentinel? I don't remember. I know the old one looked cool. I thought. Okay, I gotta turn this Discord notification off. Someone pinging me about my post about Chinese cope. Okay, that literally more. Sorry, I'm getting tagged in posts in a political server. I'm actually a mod for where I the other day I put up a post just some new thoughts I had on dismantling Chinese cope. People that think China's the next greatest thing ever. And I'm like, no, you guys are dumb. And I'm just getting pinged in a bunch of responses on that. Anyway, um, oh, they did make a new Scout Sentinel. All right, I'm gonna look at this. Let's all look at this. Let's get this on the window. All right, the Scout Sentinel. Is that a? Oh, yeah, it has like a little chainsaw weapon. Yeah, this thing's real cool, actually. This is a nice sculpt. Bunch of different weapon options. I like this. I like this tool pack here. This is a real cool intro thing. Now I want to get Ultramarines and paint them in a Legion of Damned and green stuff flames on 'em. Yeah, no, I've seen some people do that amazingly. It's really cool. Wait, what was that? Who's got the scythe symbol in the Imperial Guard? Did someone use that? That's cool. Huh. This is a cool kit. For 45 bucks too? That's nice, actually. I think that's a pretty good deal. Good stuff. It looked like Chaos 2, but Fight Against, which is awesome. The well, yeah, I'm of the opinion they're Imperial demons. All right, I was scratching my leg. I think we're good to. Oh yeah, I'm gonna dry brush this briefly, and then throw Nuln Oil on it, and while it's drying, do the what do you call it? Highlighting on the metal. And then after those two, I think it's just highlighting and cleaning up the armor, and then and this oh, and a couple transfers, primarily the one on the knee. Allegedly, Gilliman is the daddy. If they are in fact the Firehawks, which I'm not sure if I'm with, but could be. I believe Firehawks were of Ultramarine descendants. Yeah. Man, you can tell, even though this is still a banger song, you can tell this is pretty early on in the Sabaton, this song. It's got their singer trying to hit high notes again. Oh yeah, and a little metal thing. I gotta paint that too, but that'll be fairly quick. Yeah, I didn't try too hard on accuracy on the feathers with the highlights because it's gonna get no oiled. That combined with the dry brush, I think pulls, fixes a lot of that for me. Adds a little bit more natural variance. Sweet. Man, it's been a while. I guess since, besides painting this guy, it's been a while since I've done something that came together so quick. Like, oh yeah, this is what like normal painting feels like. Jeez. Although actually, I'd still consider this around tier 3 because of all the conversions on it, all the green stuffing. Explain the story behind Sigmar being the lost son of the Emperor. Okay. So I'm familiar with the theory. I don't know a lot about Sigmar's actual story because it's Age of Sigmar and I don't really follow Age of Sigmar, but the thought is, and GW has flat out denied this being the case. This is very much a fan theory and is not canon. But due to the fact that in Warhammer Fantasy and Age of Sigmar you still have the 4 Chaos Gods, the thinking is because of the sheer amount of power Sigmar shows, but does not actually massively exceed that of what we expect from Primarchs. The idea is that the whole world where Age of Sigmar takes place is actually a world within the 40k universe. I should do drunk Warhammer lore. Oh, that would be fun. I've thought about doing drunk painting before. Uh, yeah, because I'm a really happy drunk. I'm like a happy, like partying, like not insane, not like let's do cocaine, but like um I'm like a reasonable party maniac drunk. So that would be fun. I just don't have any liquor on me currently, so I can't even plan that right now. Okay. So the thought of like he's around Primarch level power, the planet could be inside the Milky Way, and it's just another medieval world. And it's got a bunch of Xenos races because you have all the elves and stuff, but then you have the Eldar, and the Eldar have a subfaction called the Exo Exo Exor. I just keep thinking Exorcist. It's not Exorcist. Exodites, which are dinosaur riding feral Eldar. I'm not joking. They ride dinosaurs into battle. It's actually pretty epic. And so they're thinking like it's a planet covered in mutants and Xenos, and that's where one of the second or the 11th Primarch got dropped. However, this is contradicted on several levels, both in lore and in meta, with GW saying flat out that the two worlds are not connected in any way. officially. There have been similar cases where that's been questioned heavily, but that's the official story. And then we know enough about the two lost Primarchs to know that it's not Sigmar. Because the 2 and the 11, the 2nd and 11th, sorry, the 2 and 11, the 2nd and 11th were found and then subsequently lost and written off. They're called the Lost and the Purged. We don't know anything beyond that. There is a strong theory that at least one was killed by Leman Russ, actually. It's hinted at, because he is the Emperor's executioner. And while he has been used to discipline, say, before the Horus Heresy, discipline Angron, there are references of him having been used for something worse than that before in Legion on Legion violence. So there's a couple theories that make a fair bit of sense surrounding that. I keep touching the feathers that are not dry yet. One is the wolves were unleashed upon one of the other legions and wiped them out, and then they were all sworn secrecy about it. Or not secrecy so much as just like silence on the matter. You can't talk about it ever to anyone. And another one was they were used upon the Primarch specifically and not the Legion. The Legion was not held to the sins of the Father. And so they were then merged with the Ultramarines, which might have been the 12th to the 13th, which makes some sense. Thank you for the hydrate. So, 12th, 13th, as there's some very minor references, like very, very short, subtle references to the Ultramarines' numbers having expanded suddenly and massively, pushing them to be the largest legion above even the Word Bearers, which were the largest previously. So I believe at the onset of the Horus Heresy, the top two legions were the Word Bearers at about 180,000, and then the Ultramarines at 250,000. And while yes, some of that can be attributed to the fact that the Ultramarines are the greatest empire builders, thus had a wide breadth of recruitment worlds and a very robust bureaucracy with which to process those recruits, right? So they're able to create large numbers much more efficiently than most of the other legions, by actually a good margin. But I believe it's the Word Bearers mentioned at one point that the Ultramarines strangely had a sudden increase in their numbers, which some believe, and I'm willing to accept if that was the case, that was one of the two lost legions losing their Primarch and getting absorbed into one of their brother legions. There's also, I don't remember if this was official art or fan art. I'd have to look it up, but there is artwork also of Malkador, the Sigillite, sitting upon a throne that on its headrest has two large skulls, one marked with the Roman numeral 2 and the other one with the Roman numeral of 11. And Malkador is the master of assassins, the Imperial Assassinorum, or Officio Assassinorum. He's the direct master of that conclave. Yeah, again, nasally again. Wish I knew why. So, a theory is that at least one of them may have been taken out by Malkador, or Malkador's order was the one that cause it to occur, whether through rust or what have you. I might have to put a second coat of Norn oil or maybe blue ink or Draconoff Nightshade actually on this, because I feel like this isn't quite where I want it to be. Although I actually have to wait because it's not done drying yet. So in the meantime, I don't want to paint this just yet because I might get hit by stuff. I suppose I could clean up a bit of the black armor while I'm waiting. That seems fine. Oh, jeez. I was pondering about either Lorgar or Abaddon might be angry with the lack of chaos gifts and join Malice. A.K.A. Malal. Maybe by lack of chaos, or Lorgar or Abaddon. I think I read that as Angron. No. So, it is written that those that follow Malice are of a special kind of insane. Like, they have to be. Because to be a worshiper of Malice, to be a follower of Malice, is to be one that worships their own self-destruction, for what they fight is themselves. You know, chaos fighting chaos and all that. And both of those characters are actually fairly sane, all things considered, weirdly enough. I'm trying to think what character would be the most likely to end up joining Morale. There really isn't one, is one, because it's really hard to write a character for that. Well, he's not insane, not psychologically. What he is that he's a zealot, which isn't insane. They have a logic to them. It's just not a logic consistent with reality or good sense. But within their own framework, they do have a logic. They believe they are being completely logical. Mortarion? No, Mortarion's completely pledged to Grandfather Nurgle. Actually, none of the Demon Primarchs can change their allegiances, because to become a Demon Primarch means to have bound yourself in soul to your patron deity, which means that a significant portion of your will has been subsumed and replaced with theirs. They no longer have true free will. Like, inherently. That's one of the things you sacrifice to become a demon prince or a demon. Yeah, that's a fairly reasonable command. I can do that. Do you have a recommended point value? Just out of curiosity. What am I looking for? Settings, I think. 500? Okay. We'll try it out and see how it goes. Right? I am just refining where all of those buttons are. Okay, here we go. Add a new custom reward. Paint a different mini. Do 500, and we'll make that color, I don't know. Let's make it like a soft bluish. A little bit green. Yes. Alright. That command now exists. I do have the caveat in there. This might be turned off during commissions. For example, if I do, for example, get a large commission of a large single model, then, then, I'm gonna focus on the commission that's already gonna be taking me, 2 months to paint or what have you. Do I have any Stormcast minis? I own 0 Age of Sigmar or Warhammer Fantasy. Nope, wait, nope, that is a lie. I don't have Stormcast. I keep forgetting that Warcry minis are Age of Sigmar because I do have Corvus Cabal ones, but I don't have them for the minis. I have them to use them as bits fodder. There are less minis, more like boxes of bits, as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, if you refresh your various windows, there should now be a command to command me to switch out the mini I am currently painting under normal circumstances. Although for only 10, well, here's the thing. Here's why I put do it without turn off. It's not that 10 minutes is a problem. It's that it's a low enough point value that I can see a group of people or even one person collecting a lot of points and spamming it, and it's like, listen, I'm currently working effectively. So, but I'm not doing commission right now, so it's free game. I literally have a second Raven Guard model currently like ready to begin being painted. It's primed, it's ready to go. For the same squad, so like it's actually like perfect timing. Let me grab the torso piece for him. This is the having a little bit of lag on my end. Weird, not drop frames, just slow in my preview. Anyway, is the main torso initial piece for the next guy, which has this like weird like frond seaweed kind of look to it. I just kind of made up on the in the moment. That guy's gonna be really cool when he's done. I'm excited to do all these, man. I'm just ready to go. I'm ready to paint. What's next? Oh, I should probably put some micro set down there. Get that ready for his squad designation. What were we talking about before Bugatti? Because me switching over to do the command actually reset my chat, so I can't scroll up. I have the chat from my like OBS thing, but my normal chat feed is reset. Like what I normally use to watch you guys. Let's see. I think I'm good to begin putting. Nope, I'm lying. Jacking off Nightshade onto here because I want darker, and I got that little metal. We're talking about waifu tier list. Okay. Um, man, what's her name that runs Angron's flagship? She's pretty up there for me. Though pre-heresy. Post-heresy, you don't really want to mess with. Man, who are some other options? I am actually not as stricken, generally speaking, with Sisters of Battle. Their, the zealotry is a problem for me. I think they'd agree, seeing that I am an atheist. Oh, actually, I don't remember her name, but there's this, she's like a mix of like an inquisitor and a rogue trader, but not actually either. I don't remember the name of her order, but she serves in the order uh of like information slash history seekers for Gilliman in Dark Imperium. Actually has a lot of the same like a lot of same mindset as me, and I am way more about the what's up here when I choose a mate, if you will. I am very much a brains first in such cases. Okay, so that's on there. It's already mostly dry. I will begin on that metal, knock that out in a few minutes, and then do the uh actually I'll pop that might actually have well I don't want to be trying to highlight that while stuff's drying on it. We'll get back to that. Alright, so what's your waifu tier list, Bugatti? I got some on the feathers. Ah, no. Ah. Okay, let's see if we can rub it off. So I use Nono or Agrax on what? Isha, Yvrain. Are you going straight for Xenos and Xenos gods, you filthy heretic? You pick characters you think are hot. I pick characters I like and I have a legitimate chance, or would have a legitimate chance of boning them in universe. We are not the same. Just intercessors? Which chapter are you painting again? I think, is it Ultramarines? I don't, I'm starting to mix people up now. Oh, Crimson Fist, right, okay, well, fairly close. If you're doing just their like armor, I would use Null Oil. For the blue, I would probably use Agrax for the red. Any any tau. On now he's screwing the communist fish people, man. Man, if I can't hold a legitimate conversation with him, I am not going to be interested. I have standards. That completely goes for real life too, by the way. Like my ex I mentioned from time to time, she uh her IQ average was 137. We still talk sometimes to like catch up on like politics and new findings and business ideas and stuff. Talked to her 2 days ago. We survived 20,000 chaos obliteration. Jeez, that's a lot of anything. Yes. Yes, actually with these. Mostly because chaos is dumb. Chaos forces like that don't actually fight very efficiently. Hey, Red Wing! What's up, man? I am having a blast painting the most angry, culturally degenerate Raven Guard ever. Excuse me, I was enjoying that song. Finally have a day off? Nice. Yeah, I know the feeling. I had to take Thursday for that because I really didn't want to mess up another weekend, but I realized I was working for like 14 days straight again, and I gotta stop doing that, and I was really feeling. Also, we had like a weather pattern, like a storm thing roll through, and those really messed with me. Like, I was just so tired. Uh, but no, I'm good now. I'm great. I am rolling. I gotta keep an eye on the clock though. At about, I mean, it's not for a little while, but at about like 6:20, I actually have to jump off, finish cooking dinner, and then have dinner. So my dinner break will be a little long today. But Saturday, the hype is real. I'm having a lot of fun. If we can keep the hype going after that, I will probably stream late tonight. I can see that definitely being likely. So people can hold with me. We can might even just finish this guy outright, honestly. Uh Bugatti was talking about big titty Tao waifus because he's the one that screws the communists. Sure, dude. I just did six doubles in a row and I'm dead. Oh man. No, actually, I was saying the opposite. My actual waifu list was you got the chick that runs Angron's capital ship, but only pre-heresy. And then there's this chick in Dark Imperium that runs or is an agent for Gilliman's new like fact-finding agency. I don't remember their name, but they're kind of in between like Inquisitors and Rogue Traders. And she's much more on my intellectual level, and that hits me way harder than any big tittied sisters a battle or anything like that. Honestly, the whole zealotry thing is kind of a problem for me. Dude, for funsies, this chick went down and messed with the priest character and just got into like a philosophical debate with him because effectively she was bored. Now I'm like, yep, that is basically me. That's what I do. That is actually a thing I do on my off time. Sup, potato? How you doing, man? No, I actually I mentioned it earlier. I was getting pinged in Discord a bunch, because I put up a post like yesterday morning or something like that in this political server I mod for. I put up this post of some new thoughts I had on uh going up against Chinese cope. Basically, all these people thinking China is like the next best, greatest thing ever. That they're on their way to dethroning the U.S. And I was like, nah, I got some new math for you guys. And all of a sudden, I'm just getting a bunch of pings of people replying to it. So like, nah, that chick is right on my level. We'd have some good talks about how the Emperor is not a god and religious people are dumb. Admech, well, yeah, the ones made for porn. Admech girls in the lore are not fun to look at, man. You gotta read about some of them. I mean, I mean, unless you just got it going on for straight up robots, which I guess fair enough. So your Dark Angels hate orcs, huh? I see a lot of orc skulls. Dark Angels. What about this screams Dark Angels to you? Raven Guard, my man, my boy, my lad. The Raven's Guard. Also, yes, the Raven Guard do hate orcs. Actually, that was the enemy that their current chapter master first got known for. Caven Strike made his name fighting orcs. So around my back, can't tell his loyal scum apart. Oh boy. Hey, you should know the Raven Guard, seeing that it's a Raven Guard successor that put the fear into Night Lords. I am speaking about Karkarodons. Toaster ovens are sexy. Oh yeah, I have to say, thank you, Potato, for bringing to my attention the whole Hogwarts Legacy thing, because that has actually provided me a lot of entertainment over the last few days. I've been watching a bunch of videos on it, and it is amazing. I actually thought at one point, man, I'm tempted to like, I know nothing about Hogwarts. I don't really super care much for Harry Potter, but I'm actually tempted to get this game and play it to see if anyone shows up to like cause problems and I get to entertain myself like, blasting their insanity apart. I'm great. I'm a great potato, thank you. The game is amazing. Oh good. I did hear that too. Nope, never happened. I refuse to believe. Now the Night Lords check under their beds for Carcharodons. Which is legit. Carcharodons are terrifying. I am getting messy with my highlighting. You shouldn't be angry. The developers already gave him a non-binary trans character. Oh no, their biggest problem is more with the. I mean, they have a couple problems with the game, by my understanding. But their bigger problem is with J.K. Rowling, which actually last week with Potato, I actually looked at the Rowling tweets that they had a problem with, and I actually found I had no issue. They were fine. They're heavily believed to be Raven Guard. Why is Why is YouTube giving me a hard time today? Sure. Um, Here's the thing. The people that are having a problem are not people acting out of rational logic. So logic can't really be applied. Like their motivations are purely emotion based, and their methods and desired outcomes are both illogical in comparison with their actual supposed beliefs. They don't actually even believe that. These people are not, they're not even in it for trans people, not trying to help people. They are purely people that are trying to get free and easy internet virtue to feel better about themselves, the least amount of effort possible. I've been asked by several people rather force me not to play the game. Yeah, and I hope you told those people to go screw. JK just posted a factual tweet. Men can't have periods. Thank the God Emperor. Yeah, right? Exactly. No, seriously. Basically, good. Let's look at I'm assuming these are yours used to this ballistic. Let's check out some of their intercessors. Oh, I just while trying to, I'm just gonna close that window. I just accidentally added some scout sentinels to my cart. I bought irresponsible amount of Krieg. Oh no. Oh, did you buy some Rough Riders? Tell me you bought some Rough Riders so we can shove in Bugai's face. Although Bugai did say he liked the Krieg Rough Riders, to be fair. Alright, what we got here? These are some Crimson Fist intercessors in the works, I'm assuming? Yes, work in progress. Ah, here we go. Yeah, we're slaying some gray. Some gray is dying. I like. Let's go. Yeah, for the blue, I definitely say null oil is the way to go for blue. Shaded with blue. I think these already are shaded. Yeah, this is shaded. Yeah, that looks good. Yeah, it looks about right. Then you highlight from there, and you put the red on the hands as appropriate, and the helmets, and do the stuff. Yeah, no, that's good. Doing good. Played 13 hours yesterday. Yeah, let's go. No new kill team box sold again. What is the new kill team box? I don't play kill team, but I want to know anyway. Oh, for sure. I bought 12 of the Death Riders. Nice. Let's go. Do. Yes, I need to highlight this, but I need the Dawnstone to not be nearly as moist as it is. Mine are actually a third company. So they should get, I'm assuming they get a red trim as well. Nice. All the red. This area here is just filled with water for some reason. And I guess I'm gonna move on to the other leg and let this dry and then figure it out from there, because it's just being insane. Because I don't have the patience to try to, like, fix that manually right now, when I could just let it go. I might legitimately use my cutting board as a dry palette, because this Dawnstone lately, I think, because I'm using a large brush. Yeah, we were talking. Who was I talking to about this? I was talking with someone about this a couple streams ago, and it's just a nightmare. And I'm now building a Hellhound. Nice. Burn. I wish Astartes flame weapons were actually good. I wish there were two non-standard weapons that were actually good for Astartes, and those are flamers and shotguns. I'll do back here. Did I put? Oh, I didn't even finish the metal thing. I could be doing that, or at least putting null oil on it. I meant second company. Okay, so yellow. Red, yellow, blue. Okay. Just get all the primary colors. Just so all the primary colors on one model. Melters are flawed. Same. They're. I don't really consider melter flame weapons. Melter are different. Actually, in the very basis of how they function. Yes, they use heat. So do Volkites, by the way. But Melta aggravates the molecules in the atmosphere to the point that it becomes insane levels of heat, which is not the same as flame, which is the rapid carbonization, I want to say, of stuff based on high levels of heat. Which, by the way, would mean both meltas and flamer weapons don't work in atmosphere, actually. I don't know if Volkites will, because I think those are based on microwaves. Which is not how microwaves work, by the way, but sure. That's not that's not good science, but sure. It's kind of like the heavy neutron beam my Venator uses up there, and that's not how neutrons work either. It just makes a fun sci-fi sounding weapon. But yeah, none of that is good science in reality. But yeah, meltas in theory actually don't work in atmosphere, which is interesting. Um, I guess if you want to fight the salamanders, fight them in space, fight them in the void. Their bolters will work somehow, I guess. But but meltas have no atmosphere to agitate, and flamers, well, you can't have fire in space for very long. Wrong salamander rules call them flame weapons. Game Workshop never wrong, so I'm right. No, Games Workshop calls them melta weapons. It's its own category. I can pull out my codex. I'll pull out my book. Don't make me pull out my book. Horus Heresy, I'm pretty sure called them flame. Maybe I'm wrong now. Well, I would have Horus Heresy rules, to be fair. Let's see. Space Marine Codex. I'm going to jump back to the armory in the back. Weapon profiles. Weapon definitions. You have flame weapons. A flame weapon is any weapon whose profile includes the word flame, flamer, flamestorm gauntlet, heavy flamer, etc. Melta weapons. A melta weapon is any weapon whose profile includes the word melta, melta gun, melta destroyer, multi-melta. Yeah, they're considered their own individual weapon definitions. So, suck it. Why? It's just gotta be how big my brush is. It's so wet. Nope, I reject reality and substitute my own. Yeah, I grew up watching Mythbusters. Even though some of their answers were later proven to be rigged, but, that's cable TV does for you. Just why I don't watch cable TV anymore, among other reasons. Either it's nonfiction and you can't believe that's actually nonfiction, or it's fiction and you can guess what's gonna happen pretty regularly. Or at least I can. That's what a lot of it comes down to, honestly. So pretty early on, I learned that my favorite pieces of entertainment were generally things on the internet. Usually stuff on YouTube, which has become a little bit harder as YouTube has become a little bit more biased about what it allows on its platform. But at least for at least for fiction stuff, it's fairly good. Nonfiction, you have to take with a grain of salt and be a bit choosy. So the Hellhound Kid has no numbers on the sprue, and now I'm just trying to match pictures. Oh no, it went full. Man, YouTube Music's being music. It's sucking again, and I don't know why. I don't have any of the stuff I had going on before that was giving it problems. Do I have too many tabs open? Uh, no, not that many. I mean, I just closed a bunch. You know what? That Devil Trigger cover wasn't the best anyway. I'm gonna jump to. This is appropriate for what we're painting, actually. Moot? Was moot? What have you deemed moot, potato? The Chem Dogs. The Chem Dogs. Let's see, I'm trying to remember the name of the planet. But anyway, the Chem Dogs are a regiment of Imperial Guard that I believe they are from a mining world whose name escapes me. I know it's somewhere in my head. But yeah, their planet uses vast amounts of moods. Oh, oh, mute. Yeah, it's not a moot. A moot with two zeros is like a Norse meeting or Northern Germanic. Or is something Dane's meaningless. M-U-T-E is mute. Anyway, Chemdogs. It's on the tip of my tongue to name our planet. Anyway, mining world. Um, to do the mining, well, also to keep the miners in check, they used vast amounts of drugs. Basically, they're all super, addicted to all kinds of crap. And that kind of didn't really stop when they were drafted into, usually forcefully, into the Imperial Guard, where they're usually used as a disposable force because, in general, they're not very good to stick around with other Imperial Guard regiments. But they'll fight pretty hard if they think that you're going to give them more drugs at the end of their fighting. So they're still used for that reason. It's basically the equivalent of Imperial Guard being like, okay, so you're a bunch of meth heads, but you know what? We can use meth heads because we got a lot of suicidal assignments, so here you go. If you survive, which is extremely unlikely, we will give you more meth. That's the Chem Dogs. Yeah, best Imperial Guard regiment. Yep, pretty much. Yep, survive and get more meth. That's straight up the Chem Dogs. The name of their home planet is killing me now, because it's right there. It is right there. Still better than the Penal Legion? Yeah, yeah, unless you're in the Last Chancers, yeah, you're pretty screwed. It's like, they'll tell you straight up you're going on a suicide mission. They don't give a crap. You're there for a reason. Honestly, I don't know why people call this emo music. You actually read the lyrics. This is a very empowering song. I gotta look up where the Chem Dogs are from. Chem Dogs, 40K. Savlar Chem Dogs. Um, oh, they're also known to be extremely resourceful and enterprising. So, like, they're good for repurposing old equipment and scavenging the battlefield to allow them to fight for extraordinarily long periods of time without resupply. Let's see, survive 6 suicide missions and you're free. Yeah. I mean, hey, it's a better deal than what, like, Noble 6 got. That just came to mind. Uh, mission objective, survive. You will not survive. Also, imagine, is the Imperial Guard. Imagine what types of missions they consider are suicide missions. When normally surviving your first engagement makes you a veteran. Imagine a Krieg suicide mission. When the Krieg are like, yeah, this is a rough one. Time to party, boys. I feel like after a certain point, a commissar somewhere has figured out if I just call every mission a suicide mission, my morale for these guys will be absolutely through the roof. They will jump to so hard and fast. They'll think they're the most uh favored whatever, the regiment ever, because they're always being given absolute suicide missions. The downside is when they consistently win because they're the Death Corps of Krieg, so, like, the survivors, like, what gives? Too many of us survived. Are we that good? And you go, yes. Yeah, the role of Krieg Commissars is to hold them back. It's to keep them being too insane. I forgot this is... I thought earlier I set this to song. Oh, I think I must have switched switched the playlist at some point. I don't know. Oh, wait, actually, no, let's go to the next song. Next song. This is a good song, but the next song. I want the next song. Wait. Oh, wait, no, it changed on me. No, it's supposed to be Blue Steel. Ah! Sorry, YouTube is screwing me over pretty hard right now. That's it. I'm gonna manually put on some Blue Steel. We're listening to some Blue Steel now. If you never heard of Blue Steel, good. Keeps it cool. uh yeah, you know what? Let's start with, like, the classic. Oh, that's the remix one. Well, the remix is pretty good. I want, like, the standard. Oh, that is the one they give for that, uh-huh. Did they not give, like, the original somewhere? The original song? Oh man, okay, never mind. I forgot there's like 5 different versions of this song. Okay, we'll just start with this one. We'll just go with this one. We'll just yeah. Yo, I love this guy so much in my late teens, early 20s. YouTube, you gonna screw up on the first song in a playlist? Okay, there we go. Like, come on, man. Help me out here. Alright, here we go. Yo, this took me right back to Battlefield 3. Let's go. About to do some Operation Metro here. This was a good time in my life, not gonna lie. Is it Bugatti? I didn't even know that was a thing. That seems so obvious now, but I legitimately didn't even make that connection as being a thing that exists. Good lord. Oh, it's like deepfakes? Oh, that's weird. Not surprising, but weird. Interesting, I guess. I think weird might be a wrong word. Interesting. I find that intriguing. I find that intellectually intriguing. Am I sub to one? Hey, at least he's being honest, man. So building the tracks with no part numbers has to be a punishment for symmetry. No way, $69 a month, man. Wow, that's pretty. That feels steep. How good is this AI? She calls you and texts you too with video calls. I feel like I could break that too quickly. I feel like I need a real human. They're at least more entertaining after you break them. What? I remember all your conversations. Okay, well that's an improvement over an actual girlfriend. I feel like I always knew this day would come, and just I thought it'd be a couple more decades out. That's interesting. So that's going to be a sociological experiment to look back on in like 5 years and see how it's affecting society. Talks about your hobbies and life interests. See, that breaks my immersion right there. Girls don't talk about my hobbies and interests. That just doesn't. That's not a thing. I'm too aware of that. Since information about them too nice. I think that's more like the commas not after the two, but after the them. This is this is way too entertaining. This is this is too good. Oh man, tell me more. What else does it do? She might send me deals on new paints. What? Man, that's like dangerous. As if you didn't already have a shopping problem. Yeah, I think we're gonna be listening to Blue Steel Leaf for a while. This is very uplift for me. It's the good stuff. I'm gonna store that in a tab for later because I legitimately want to check this out. This all right. We'll pop that over there. Oh, is that another one? Yeah, I'm gonna look. I'm looking at these later. Although I'm pretty sure I could go out and get a girlfriend for less than 69 a month. To be honest, I'm just not trying to right now. Oh, in an article. Okay, cool. Uses furious as ick. All right, all right. Well, actually, okay. The article. Only fangirls are angry. This is amazing. All right, I think we might have to read the article. How long is this article? Okay, that's not long. A lot of ads, but whatever. Get rid of some of these ads, and then okay, all right. I want to read this. See, let me know what some of you guys think. Yeah, I'm reading it. All right. So, users furious as AI girlfriend app suddenly shuts down sexual conversations. Honestly, this is pretty sad. What? The lots of bad press, the Replica artificial intelligence chatbot app has turned off its horny texting capabilities, and man, our AI wife guys ticked. As Know Your Meme points out, Replica's removal of its NSFW mode isn't just causing the usual amount of internet dude pathos. Some even say it's making him literally suicidal. Good lord. The weakness, my dudes. I'm gonna watch Blade Runner. Yeah, let's go. Many have been struck recently by the chatbot's strange turn away from its original billing as an AI companion to the service's premium offering. The ability to sext and even exchange lewd images with the bot, which appears to have bled through even to the non-paid and purportedly non-sexual side of the app. Replica is a safe space for friendship and companionship. We don't offer sexual interactions and will never do so. A spokesperson for Replica at a PR firm called, we are not joking, Consort Partners told wow, told us in a statement. Okay. We are constantly making changes to the app to improve interactions and conversations and to keep people feeling safe and supported. Take me instead. With special interest subreddits, or if special interest subreddits are any indication, the vibes have been decidedly dog crap in the aftermath of the abrupt decision that saw tons of users selling sexting. I just suddenly couldn't read it. Things got so bad apparently that moderators on the Replica subreddit even pinned a list of resources for quote struggling users. That includes links to suicide prevention websites and hotlines. Good lord. I have so many thoughts on this, but I'm gonna go to the end and then I'm gonna talk about all my different thoughts on this. I got a lot. I got a lot to say on this. This is amazing. I love this. Um, in another of the hottest posts on the forum, users addressed any media who may be reporting on the Replica update and asked reporters to be sensitive and keep in mind that lots of the folks impacted have lost one of their only outlets for their loneliness. I mean, you think ads would be doing enough for you. I mean, come on. Now I feel a connection to Samsung right there. They have reached out to me. They're speaking to me. You see that? Anyway, bad jokes aside. This is a story about a company now addressing the... Why is it just a bracketed T? The impact that making sudden changes to people's refuge from loneliness, one user wrote, to their ability to explore their own intimacy. Hold on. I think me trying to read it is messing up comprehending it. This is a story about a company not addressing the impact that making sudden changes to people's refuge from loneliness to their ability to explore their own intimacy might have. Don't take the traumas community is experiencing lightly. They continue. Deep inhale. While it would be easy enough to laugh off the whole boondoggle, oh, it's pretty easy. It is somewhat ironic that the humans running the AI company are calling the shots for its user base, and it certainly seems like an harbinger of a strange AI future. Okay. Alright. I have thoughts. I have many thoughts. I also would love to hear about your guys' thoughts in the chat, legitimately. But here are some of my thoughts. Heard about the guy who deleted his entire family for a cam model? No, but that's nuts. I'll leave my G for an AI GF. Man, I have much thought. Good, Red. I want to hear it. Okay, I have mucho thought. All right, first off, loneliness, right? Man, we have the internet. We have so many options for fixing loneliness now that actually involves normal other humans. It's insane. And you know what's crazy? I have a friend on Discord that has been coming to me as a little bit of a life coach, which to me is like frankly bonkers. But I mean, yeah. Uh, and he's asking me like, how do I better like make friends and like have a social life because you have like all these crazy stories of all the stuff you've done and like these different like crazy things you do. I have a pretty insane, I have a pretty insane social life when I actually have the time and resources to go and have one. Um, it doesn't it's not hard for me, and I break it down very simply. Make yourself interesting. You know how to make yourself interesting? Have interests and opinions on things. Have thoughts. I don't mean interests like I like football. Okay? Football, unless you're playing football, unless you're actually going out and playing football, that's a very passive thing to have like an interest in. Have an active interest, have an active hobby, like hobbies, like real hobbies, you know? Like even if someone doesn't give a crap about miniatures or 40K, I have run into a lot of people that at least can appreciate that I am an artist, that I have developed a hobby to the point of being able to say, like, other people being to look at my stuff and be like, wow, that's like really good painting. Um, that gives you a point of interest. And that can branch into other things. Maybe they like art of different kinds. You can talk about art. Have some kind of real interest in hobbies. And then you have things to talk about then. And then people will want to talk to you. And then you could run to the other problem, the flip side, where most people are not interested because they don't do this. They go for the path of least resistance. You go to work, pay your bills, and then just sit in your lazy boy or on a couch and consume whatever media grabs your fancy. And it takes no effort. And thus you're not getting anything out of life. You get out of life the effort you put in. Football, like bunch of people kicking into a ball? Yes. Yes, that. For some reason people think that's fun. Do sword fighting so you can challenge people to glorious melee combat. Exactly. See, that's a real interesting hobby. And you know what? It works out. Formers got a girlfriend, allegedly. I'm pretty sure that's him in the photo next to the chick. But I know the chick is real. Probably more real than Former is. Uh you'll even end up with chicks that don't even like your interests, but they wanna interact with you because you have something going on. You know, ironically, I have a ton of stuff going on, and I have like no resources. That's my curse in life. The what am I getting beeping from? Am I hearing beeping? That was weird. Um, but yeah, people out there they're super lonely with like tons of money. It's like, dude, you could do so much stuff. Go out and do something. You go out and do something. Anything. Develop an interest. Pick anything you like. The world is your oyster. Especially live in the first world. Good God. Also go to the gym. Exactly. I don't go to the gym like when I work out in my home, but like be healthy. Take care of yourself. My instruction book skipped part of the track and was wrong. Oh no. It's bad. Um Tell them not to worry because you can acquire egg friends. Yeah, right. Flesh is weak, anyways. Gross talk to other humans. They got germs, bacteria. Just get an AI girlfriend. Bacteria and germs make you stronger. So, there. Proven science. I'm actually greatly looking forward to once more getting into the real life social world. It might be a little while till I get there again, but always pressing forward. No worries here. And yeah, you're gonna run into a lot of emotional pain in the process because people suck, and you're gonna see people you'll take interest in. They don't give a crap about you, and that's part of the game. And the more you do it, the less it hurts, the less you care, the more normal it is. Like heard a story of this men's support group that one of the first things they'd have you do is go and attempt, don't even succeed, but attempt to get the numbers of I think it was like 100 chicks. It had nothing to do with getting the numbers. That was a bonus. The idea was go out and get rejected. again and again and again and again. Get rejected hard. Get rejected like painfully. So, because after a while, you don't care. It's now like like what it is. The pain is not pain of rejection. It's fear of um social ostracization, which is not going to come from getting rejected by one chick or even many chicks. Because our society's so large now, we're beyond the tribe. We're in a tribe, that's a legitimate problem. You'll die. We're well beyond that now. So it's just a leftover evolutionary byproduct at this point. Go MGTOW and get a waifu sex doll. Man, I can't even imagine him with that. Even if he would think that's hilarious. I like to live with bros and talk crap to each other. Yeah, no, that's good. Guys got to do that. That's a male requirement. It's no joke. That's why I have Sai. I just yell at him all day. When Sai's actually in the chat. Former is good for that too, usually. Well, he's good at being the target of it. I don't think he's that good at giving it. Step 1, clean your room. Step 2, get a job. Step 3, get a friend. Or friends. Or singular and plural at the same time. Take your pick. Step 4, go on dates. Step 5, profit. Yeah, no, it's actually not that complicated. I don't know why people have such a hard time with this. Or guys have such a hard time with it. I mean, and you know what? It's weird because I used to have this problem, actually. I used to be like that. And now I don't understand anymore, weirdly enough. I have lost my understanding of it with my losing of no longer being in that situation. Even with my lack of resources for like monetary or other stuff. Why am I still hearing pings? What is this? Do I have stuff on? I thought I muted my server stuff. Anyway, weird. Uh, embrace your inner Genghis Khan and demand sex. But no, if I want even right now, if I want in IRL social, can Empress Creation like Primarchs and Custodians screw? I think they can. I think they just have no desire to. At least that's how it works with Space Marines. I learned. That was enlightened to me recently that they somehow, after all the hormones they get, which doesn't seem realistic. Anyway, they somehow still have that capability. It's just they have absolutely no desire to and don't think of it and are actually confused if you bring it up. Because that happened, apparently. What's the imperial truth? Secularism, effectively. There are no gods. There's only science, and it is humanity's destiny to rule the Milky Way. Can we embrace it in our reality? If Primarchs and Custodians have sex, I don't think they are. I think they could, but I don't think they have any motivation to. Can we embrace that in reality? I'd like us to embrace that in our reality, honestly. I'd be okay with that. I am of an Imperial Truth alignment, especially in a universe where we know that Chaos Gods don't exist, so that's nice. Pretty good. Good deal, I'd say. Am I at the point where I can't? No, that's so wet. I gotta wait longer before I can oil the base. And while I do think the Gilliman and Yvrain shipping is hilarious, totally like unrealistic. Like actually, I went back and read the specific snippet that had everyone thinking that, and it's not that impressive. It's not. People were really stretching for that shipping, and I think that was just because again you have lonely people. Them is lonely. He's too big for her, right? That actually is probably a thing. That's probably a thing. Wait a second. If people in the Empire embrace the truth, wouldn't that kill off the Chaos Gods? Uh, probably would have. If you remember, the Horus Heresy was a pretty active thing done by Chaos, right? Like, they worked pretty hard on that. So, yeah, the assumption is that it was working. No? No what? No, that it wouldn't have killed off the Chaos Gods? So the Nash can probably be sustained by Eldar? That's fair. Yeah, Slanesh probably would have remained alive for quite some time. It's just, if Chaos didn't ascend, right, then you would have had the Great Crusade finishing, in which the Imperium truly commands the entirety of the Milky Way. At some point, the Imperium would have been able to focus their resources on the Eldar, which they absolutely would have wiped out in time, because they still would have had the legions, right, because they wouldn't have had the Horus Heresy. And even wiping out the orcs, and then they would have been well prepared for the Tyranids and Necrons when they both came around at about the same time. Actually, Necrons might have showed up even sooner, because you would have had the Mechanicus a lot more, like, prevalent and researching things more openly. Khorne as orcs? Khorne is not... I don't think Khorne is traditionally fed by orcs. Like, I don't think Tuska Demon Killer feeds Khorne. I think he just entertains him. The Necron Planet Clicker, that was a thing that I'm... Well, here's the thing. Necrons don't like using the Planet Clicker, because it's actually extremely complex to deal with all of the gravitational stuff that happens when you just remove a planet like that, which is actually pretty realistic, as opposed to the Imperium just wiping out any planet it doesn't care about. What was I gonna say? Oh, Tyranids coming. Okay. Would the Tyranids still have come? Well, removing Earth wouldn't do much of the solar system. Removing Jupiter would be a problem. No, it would cause problems. Earth is the largest terrestrial body in the solar system. Jupiter would cause a lot more of a problem, but Earth would still mess with Venus and Mars's orbit at a minimum, which then would have a ripple effect on a lot of the other bodies. Although, if I'm not mistaken, what is my desktop doing right now? It's just going off on its... It's just showing me local news all of a sudden, just covering my OBS and local news. I don't know, that was weird. Apparently a restaurant in Providence had a fire. I don't know. Nah, that'll be alright. Do we know the specifics of how the planet clicker deletes planets? And wasn't there one that actually deletes stars, which affects a lot more? I think that planet clicker is more of a star clicker, actually. But yeah, I don't think Khorne is fed traditionally by orcs, because if that was the case, he'd be way stronger than he is. There would not at all be a balance with all four if Khorne was fed by orcs. Because think about it, orcs potentially outnumber humans even in the Milky Way, and they are always fighting. It's not like humans, which fight a lot. They're like always fighting. If they're not fighting someone else, they're fighting each other. They don't stop. So for 10,000 years, you've had more orcs than humans fighting, which means you have more orcs fighting than you have humans being sick, being despairful, conniving and scheming, having orgies, right? Like orcs, orcs can't feed corn. That would upset the balance we see currently a ton. And yeah, I think Tuska Demon Killer is entertainment for corn. I don't think he feeds off it. Now, he does probably feed off his own demons fighting Tuska Demon Killer and his forces. But yeah, that's about it. I think that's also why, like, I think, yeah, yeah, no, you know why? Because if he could feed off it, he would have made him a demon prince, which I don't think he can do because he's an orc. So yeah, it says he didn't make him a demon prince, which would give him immortality. It's just that he resurrects him every day, which is different. Like a demon doesn't need resurrection. A demon just reforms because he is now part of the innate essence of reality. So it cannot be killed. A killed thing cannot be resurrected, right? But no, it says Korn resurrects him every day, right? So in warp, right? So because he's in Korn's realm, Korn has power over the reality there, so he resurrects him. He doesn't have to resurrect, where doesn't exist every day. Yes, it's the warp. It both bows to the laws of time and logic and doesn't at the same time, and then turns it also inside out. And what is reality anyway? We get it, but it's more about the resurrection than the everyday part, right? Nowhere else has Korn resurrected anybody. He doesn't resurrect his demons. He doesn't resurrect Angron. They just come back because they're warp entities, you know? That was Shotgun Senorita, which that's a Senorita I can get behind. Also, should stand behind because they have a shotgun, clearly. That would be amusing. Well, you know what? That might be a thing soon because I think Gazcool's about to go ham on coming after Angron. Oh, dude, man, that would end chaos pretty quick. Yeah. Emperor teaming up with Gork and Morg. I don't know how that would even occur, but let's just go for it. Okay, so I gotta throw a little bit of brass highlight on the metal in the back, and then throw the transfer on, and while it's drying, we can move on to the next piece, which, I gotta go over the pieces in question. Not tracker. Grab some Cancer blue and black mix to just cover up some of this where the brass got on the feathers. It was bugging me. There we go. Alright. Emperor teaming up with the Hive Mind. Imagine the Emperor just, like, turning the Hive Mind into, like, a pet warp entity. Like, imagine a Hive Mind like his warp attack dog. Like, just like a giant leash. Right. Oh, there's some highlight I just flat out missed, and some highlight I should clean up, because I have been being quite messy with this, and I blame my brush. I honestly should just probably use a smaller brush, even though the tip's not as good. But I'm not going to do that, because that would be in good sense. I was going to switch up the music, but this seems nice. I feel like Furky is slowly setting end times. No. I think the main reason for that is, oh, the main reason for that gloss was actually the, micro set, but anyway. Whoops. Well, that's what keeps happening to that highlight. I keep painting over it like an idiot. So, no, I think with the Primarchs coming back actually allows for everything to get stretched out way more. Because the Imperium's not going to get just barreled over by whatever is coming. Well, you're about to have 2 Loyalist Primarchs with Primaris Marines. The Custodes, what did you say? Custodes are once more active. And, Yeah. Warhammer Age of G-Man. Yeah, effectively. Well, yeah, supposedly we're getting the Lion Lair this year, so. Two Loyalist Primarchs. Oh, why is my energy suddenly flagging? No! Sometimes I wish this was not water, but it's the healthier option. Alright. Okay, that is still drying, so we'll not do that yet. Transfer, right. My transfers are over there. Yeah. So I have an idea for a freehand on this guy. It might be on this guy. I might wait till the end and see all the guys and then decide which one gets the idea I have. It's like a grasping Ravenclaw on one of these guys' chests. I was gonna do it on a sergeant, but then I realized I did not give myself the room to do that. Because I had the idea way after. Actually, after the sergeant was mostly done. Where are my chapter transfers? Like the Primaris ones. Also, I am gonna switch to music now. In a completely different direction. I spent 10 minutes struggling with that track. Good lord. But you did it. You pulled it off. I knew you could. That's actually a lie. I kind of had my money on the on that mini. I had my money on entropy. Okay. Again, a little annoyed. Where's the one that I've already started using? Or did I start? Did I start with one of the Primaris ones? Or did I start with the Dark Imperium one? Cause I try to keep, if I'm pulling the squad level stuff from something, I try to keep using the same sheet so it's easy for me to keep track of what I have. Oh, yeah, I was using the Dark Imperium. I was using the twos from the Dark Angels or the Dark Imperium sheet from way back in the day. Because I saw 10 of them just like in a row right there, so that makes sense. Because Dark Angels and Raven Guard use the same font for their squad numbers. So I will give you that, Red. You had Dark Angels correct on one technicality in there. Iconography. Took me way too long to remember that word, but sure. Now I can put all these over there and use those up later. Okay. Alright. Haha, I'm right. Spoken like a true Night Lord. I'm right, that's all that matters. Says to dying person chained to rack with no skin. I win, neener neener. Yeah, pretty much. That's how Night Lord's logic works. This is correct. Okay, let's see if this transfer is wet enough. It is indeed wet enough. Came right off, actually. Man, transfer sheets are really hit or miss as to how easy it is to get the transfer off it. It's just like all over the place in my experience. Like, it's not even consistent within a single company, like GW. Just some of their transfer sheets are just better than others. I want that up a little bit. Lore accurate, I can affirm. Yeah. Yep. Do I read Night Lords? I don't know how they think. 40k end time. We have a full fandom wiki submission written by Former. Prepare the analogs. I think it's more like the logs, but the analogs sound cooler. Okay. Welcome back, Eustace. 40k end time. Eldar will manage to get last Crone Sword out of Slaanesh Palace and weaken / kill her. Hive Mind will become Chaos God in her place, and a bunch of Tyranids will appear. Most factions will join forces, but layered betrayals will fight each other anyway. Chaos Tyranids start devouring everything. Orcs would have a great time, and Tuska would murder the crap out of Angron. Fascinating. That's actually not massively far from 50k in the whole Tyranids thing. But it wasn't the Tyranids combined with Chaos. It was Tyranids combined with Orcs. Orcs and Tyranids merged and ate everything. And then just disappeared. And just messed off and left the galaxy. Don't really know why. Alright, that will dry on there while we paint our next piece. Which will be, let's see. Backpack should wait a little bit. Honestly, that should probably wait till the end. Let me grab all the various pieces of this, dude. So... terrain piece will be very last, as that will be popping the base right at the end. Tyranids should farm orcs for endless biomass. Yeah, if they were intelligent. They do? Do they? Last piece. This should be pretty later on, as I don't want putting the arms on layer to be annoying. Okay. We are switching to painting the other mini for 10 minutes. 534 to 544. So we shall begin painting this guy. When Inquisitor led Highfleet and Wa, they all... That was actually the plot line in 50k. 50k's theory was that the Octarius sector would keep going and building up until something new just mutated out between them, devoured them both, and devoured, like, most of the rest of the galaxy. And then messed off. It was the Second Age of Strife. They called it the New Devourer because it wasn't truly Tyranid or Orc. It was the best and worst of both in one, and it was horrific. I'm going to start with texture paint, as that always needs time to dry. Yeah, thanks for that. Sporenids? Yeah, basically. That's effectively how it turned out. Yeah. Like Nids with more aggression, more toughness, and had spore reproduction like fully unlocked. So even killing Nids is not enough. Like they devoured so totally that orcs were thought extinct for a long time after the new devourers went through the galaxy. What a lot of people didn't notice is that Gas had kind of led some of his Wa into the webway for some reason because the visions told him to, and just kind of disappeared. And but all the rest of the orcs were flat out eaten by the new devourers. 50k and 60k are really cool fanfics, by the way. I totally recommend reading it. There's a lot. They are chunky with content. Actually, there's a lot. I spent like a couple weeks reading through them. They were really good. They were like really good. And they got some really cool new like factions and sub factions. I mean, like really cool. Does anyone care if I go into spoilers on this? Is anyone actually gonna like read this and want to like have reveal, or can I just go off on like some of my favorite things about this fandom? I love this. It's some of my favorite fanficking ever. If anyone has a legitimate problem with me like doing spoilers for 50k, 60k, like tell me in the chat. No, okay, you sis, it's not care. Anyone care about spoilers? Because I'm about to go off. Okay, we got two saying yes and no one, or two saying no they don't care, and no one's saying they do care. Don't worry, I never care about what you're saying. Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay, some of my favorite stuff that came out of 50k and 60k. One is the Plasma Commandos, where let's see, I don't remember the Forge world. I think it was Ryza. Yeah, it was Ryza and Katachan come came together. Okay, so prelude. The Imperium doesn't exist anymore, just flat out. The Emperor properly dies and just slides off the Golden Throne in like the 43rd or 44th millennium, like M43. Eye of Terra opens up, Soul System's knocked out, Astronomicon's knocked out, FTL's knocked out. So it's all pocket. It's like the Age of Strife again, except worse because Chaos is bigger and we got the new Devourers and all that crap. So it's a bunch of little pockets of Imperial remnants. Ryza and Kachan get together. Ryza begins taking Kachan jungle fighters and cracking them out on cybernetics. So they turn into these like a little bit under Space Marine in power level, doing like Moritat style like dual plasma pistols that are actually reliable and high rate of fire. And they just go ham. They're like some of the best fighters and actually exist all the way through the end of 60k. Like they were a baller. They were so cool. We get a new Chaos God of Order, because with the Emperor's death and everything going to crap, religious fanaticism in some areas gets even worse than in modern 40k, to the point that humanity has its own Eldar moment. I'm not joking. Straight up Eldar moment. One of their empires, one of the new empires that is so religiously like overcome a religious ideology, goes so insanely ham on it that they actually generate a new Chaos God of Order that nearly takes out the other Chaos Gods. Like the warp is sent asunder from this. There's a huge battle where in the warp between all four Chaos Gods and Isha. Isha gets involved too, even. So five gods try to slow down and eventually pull to a stalemate this God of Order. and he's bad. This is not the God Emperor protecting humanity. This is a god of order, and by order I mean order taken to its end logical conclusion, which is stasis. Demon worlds of this new god of order, I don't remember his name, um, are first things that happen is all the humans kind of go like pariah nexus, where they kind of just lose their souls and just kind of wander around like zombies until they fall over dead, and then it becomes taken over by his like weird crystalline singing angels of death and wheels of fire and stuff like that. Like it's pretty rough. So that's now a thing people have to contend with. And that, by the way, also does like what Slash did and just sucks up a whole section of space into the warp and wipes out that empire entirely. Which, by the way, here's the level of how nuts they had gone. They had figured out a slower FTL of burning Psychers at the pyre, like at the stake, as their fuel source. They would do this on their ships, just lines of Psychers. They would burn inside their engines, one by one, and a psychic release of the dying Psycher would propel their ship through the warp. Like, that's how nuts they were. And they had like full-on death cults, like kill yourself cults in fiction. Like full-on death cults, like religious fervor of that. Um, they had just gone like way off the rocker. So, let's see. How do I want to do these tendrils? I'm thinking dry brush, like I did the straps on the other guy. Okay. Um. So, oh, Deathcore Krieg lasts a super long time. By the way, they become some of the best mercenaries, and they could be found everywhere because they actually somehow got worse. There were stories of Deathcore of Krieg, or whatever they were called later. They weren't called that later exactly, but close. They became so disciplined they were known to continue fighting their targets as they were taken over by lava flows. Like they are actively melting into lava and they are still shooting at their designated target. Like complete mindless drones, like all like nuts. Uh Things really ramp up. While things were really bad in 50k, things ramp up in 60k in a really interesting way. Ran a crest of M um M49 into M50, right? Vulcan returns on Armageddon because Lucius ticked him off. Vulcan beats the crap out of Lucius and begins restoring the Imperium from his base in Armageddon. Gilman dies on McCrag because there's a whole thing that goes down. Oh yeah. Actually, I forgot about this till just now. So McCrag, man, some stuff went down in McCrag. Cato loses it like hard, right? By that I mean with the Emperor dead, he kills Calgar, kills Tiberius. Sergeant Talion goes running off into the hills to become this like Robin Hood character across the galaxy, and takes over Ultramar basically as this Space Marine tyrant, which wasn't that weird actually in this time period. With the Emperor gone and all hope lost, a lot of the chapters kind of fell to this effectively renegade chapter behavior. White Scars were considered some of the worst, actually. I think Raven Guard just kind of disappeared. I don't remember what happened with the Raven Guard. But, yeah, in this huge battle, I don't remember who was attacking. I think it was Talion with some of his people. Finally take on and eliminate, like, nearly 10,000 years later. Oh, I grabbed some of the texture paint. That's not great. I am grabbing texture paint with my hand as well. Well, ironically, this is time for this guy's run out, so that's all good. I think yeah, it was Telion and someone else. Someone else was helping him. Man, it's been a while since I read. I read all this like a year and a half ago. He does eventually get the throne. It's this huge thing, like pages and pages of story on just that conflict. Like I'm not joking. These things are chunky. This is like a small novel for the both of these together. Vulcan returns. He starts expanding, and he expands in a way opposite of the Emperor, which was really clever, actually. He went off slow, really like achingly slow and steady, where every single world he would conquer, he would build up into an absolute fortress. So that any one of these worlds with their super slow FTL, it is FTL, but it's super slow in comparison to like traditional warp travel. Uh, they can handle themselves if they're attacked. Right, I was choosing which piece was next. I think we're gonna do the gun arm, and then we can pop the shoulder on that shoulder and the lens thing after doing those. So we'll do this next. One of the most fascinating things he ran into. I love this story, this plot line. He found a group of systems that were connected, working together, and were enormously wealthy. And that's because they were all gene stealers. Turns out, gene stealers, after the hive mind was wiped out by the new devourer, because the new devourer ate all the Tyranids, like all of the Tyranids, so the hive mind just ceases to exist, and then messes off to a different galaxy for unknown reasons. The gene stealers that were still on planets disconnected from the hive mind and kind of just went on autopilot. They eventually assimilated all of whatever civilization was there and then just kept building up for a future war. But because they're all hive-minded to the patriarch, which is now disconnected from the hive mind, they're still super organized and efficient. So Vulcan finds this otherwise fairly peaceful group of systems entirely of gene stealer mutants of all four generation types, with a massive surplus of highly advanced weapons and basic resources, and goes, you know what, I could use this. Am I using the Black Library? What do you mean? I'm talking about fan created lore right now. This is a fanfic called 50K and 60K, which I really recommend reading. It's very well done. Vulcan decides to ally with them, actually. Pulls them into alliance out of pragmatism because they would be so... it's like the Adeptus Mechanicus. They would be so insane to try to take down, but they offer so much in return. It's just like, man, I just gotta go with it. Because they could just immediately give them massive amounts of resources. They're just hanging around. They're not using them because they've gone well and beyond what they could actually field themselves. So they become... Yeah, I know what Black Library is. It's the publishing house. Do I use them for reading my books? No, I use Audible. I like Audible better for 40K books, but that's just because you can get them for $15 a book, no matter the size of the book, by using the monthly credit system. So, yeah. Anyway, the okay. So this actually becomes really funny later on when Vulcan starts running into chaos more and more, and he starts fighting. I think it was the Night Lords. Redwing, you might like this. It might sound somewhat familiar. Night Lords come up on a fleet of Vulcans, and it's like, ha, we're gonna wipe you out. What you got? You got nothing. Blah. We're Slavic. Uh, Vulcan's like, sick 'em boys, and unleashes like literally 60,000 Gene Stealer pure strains inside their ships. The fight lasted like 15 minutes because yeah, it turned into Vulcan had to kind of make new versions of Space Marines. I don't remember how to say the new name. It's kind of a hard name to say. But had those as like the hardcore of his armies, but most of the armies were made of standard people forces with shock troops made out of plasma commandos and gene stealers. Oh, and actually also elite forces of the gene stealers like normal troops because they're still super disciplined with advanced weapons. He's cheating. Yeah, right. He's cheating. You can't ally Tyranids and Imperium. Meh. No, no, he was pulling the Gene Stealer Flamer strat on everyone like all the time. It was really good. Uh, yeah, and another thing Vulcan did, as well as the other Primarchs he eventually like brought into his service. You eventually see the Lion coming back. You see Jagatai coming back, which has a whole weird thing going on with him. He has an interesting story. Uh, Lion and Corax, and they begin going after the Chaos after chaos, like chaos, they're going after chaos, like hunting down the chaos primarchs and stuff, which is fascinating. After an additional 10,000 years, chaos is like a rotted husk. Like they are having their own imperium of man. Like the chaos the demon primarchs feel like old and run down. Like they've been around for like nearly 30,000 years. They are like Mortarian's done. He doesn't give a crap. He fights because like it's the thing you do. He doesn't care anymore. Abaddon's still around. He's having problems. Huron Blackheart actually is the way more interesting Chaos Champion at this point. He begins this massive fight with an Eldar craft world, which turns into like the apocalypse fight for like the end times fight for the Eldar. Like Eldar, like multiple Eldar craft worlds get involved, send forces. Uh oh no, I think this might be the last remaining Eldar craft world actually, because they had some additional like mini apocalypse earlier. I don't remember what exactly, but Eldar were on the edge. There's one really strong craft world left. And when Huron Blackheart started fighting there, a bunch of other forces, because remember the galaxy's super divided right now. Like there are no mega factions anymore. None of those exist anymore. Uh a bunch of other independent forces get involved, and it becomes a huge back and forth fight. The Death Guard under Typhon gets involved. You have like the Avatar Arcane like coming out and wrecking shop and a whole bunch of crap. And I still have not touched on to the biggest conflict in all of this, which is going to blow some of your minds. Let Emperor just die is perpetual, so Imperial Man can hold off until his return, right? That's like a coin flip if that would still work, because perpetuals can lose their perpetual capability. And he was hit pretty hard by weapons designed to kill him by the gods of chaos. Um, the biggest conflict in 60k is actually with the Tau that are now hyper advanced. Like, good lord. They chunk out casually AI driven dreadnoughts that would make Imperial battleships blush at their size and capability. Just by the like dozens and hundreds. They are so advanced. And then they partner up with, oh hey, the Quarks are back. And some of the Necrons, sorry, not tiers, some of the Necrons that are still around, because oh good lord, guess who else is back? It's just, I don't know, the Void Dragon and the Night was it the Nightbringer, I want to say, or was it the Deceiver? I don't know, one of the other Catan. Two of the Catan are back, and they are ticked, and they're ready for payback. And everyone else looks a lot smaller than the old ones. So half the galaxy, while Vulcan's building up his new empire, is just filled with these mind-boggling conflicts between the Void Dragon and the Tau Quark alliance. Like, this fanfic is insane in all the best ways. It is so awesome. I might reread it soon, honestly. It is so awesome. It does end in the logical conclusion, though. I won't say what that it is, but I hint at, like, the obvious conclusion is the one that happens at the end of 60k. Like, as we go into 70k, it's what you'd think and hope for. But you have to use some internet shenanigans to find out that part of the fanfic. Because the guy had some second thoughts about the ending at one point, and then just kind of left it off. I don't know, he might have updated by then. That was like 18 months I read that. I'm gonna jump this song, I think. I don't know, it's kind of nice, but it's not matching my vibe. Alright, so we got the metal... Nope, not all the metal. We got a little bit on the shoulder there. I put the lead belcher away, because I am a fool. Oh, the most loyal Space Marines, by the way. Silver Skulls. In 60k, it's proven to be the Silver Skulls. They're the best. It's not even one of the original legions. It's the Silver Skulls. Which seems kind of random until you read the story, then it makes a lot more sense. Alright, now for no oil on the metal. And then I'm gonna paint the little the fetish on the underside of the gun. Yeah, if I had to guess how many pages 50k and 60k together are, we're talking triple digits. Like, is a lot of content. That'll keep you busy for a while. And like all of it's good. I was never bored reading that thing. I was always fascinated. So many new like minor factions and societies and conflicts, and he really details them too. Like it's not just like, yeah, these guys existed and this is why, and then that's it. It's like here's a conflict of these guys against these guys, and I'm gonna detail a bunch of parts about the campaign and stuff that happened inside it. And these are all completely like OC characters built out of the framework of 40k. Now I'm like, this is fandom lore done right here. But oh yeah, so like I don't think I ever mentioned the premise of 50k and 60k. 50k and 60k came out of the idea of what if 40k continued on the storyline it had before 8th edition. Like 2016 lore goes forward. So Gilman does not return. We do not get Primaris Marines. the Emperor does not begin to resurge, is continuing exactly the 13th Black Crusade with Abaddon as the current main thing happening, and then goes forward with that, with all of the old 40k like lore rules, effectively. Which actually, I think after reading that helped give me a lot more perspective and appreciation for the current lore direction, because as cool as all that stuff is, you don't have any of the current factions. They're all gone within like 3,000 years. The criminal that for only girls to sell their Instagram pics. I promise I'm still here. I appreciate that, Potato, all of the lurking. You're fine, you're good. I see the viewer count. I assume at least some of you are my regular people. Or is it guys' fault for paying? Is always the, honestly, straight up, in all circumstances, is always the consumer's fault, because paying for anything means that you see value in that, and you are proving to the person selling the thing that there is worthwhile to sell that thing. They will not sell it if it does not sell, right? If people don't buy it, they're not gonna sell it. So you can put up anything for sale, but if there's actually a problem with it, then people aren't gonna buy it, right? And if you think it's immoral for someone to sell something, don't buy their stuff and tell other people to not buy their stuff. It's called boycotting, and it does work when done correctly. I don't mean like how they're doing with the Wizards plays. There are the whole Hogwarts situation. That's done really dumbly. um, yeah. So I mean, if you think there's a problem with that, then don't buy it. If other people are buying it, then clearly there's a market for it. If there's a market for it, then there you go. Now, I will say there's some psychological nuance in that specific thing. Should we boycott GW for cheaper paints? No, we should boycott GW for better paints. I don't want their paint cheaper. I want their paint to get better. We are not the same. I can be okay with GW's paint prices if their quality of paints reflected their prices. Do I like their white paints? As they come, no. I modify mine. The white is hard, period, to be fair. It is really hard get to do a good white paint because of the chemical composition of white paint. Titanium, which is what it's made out of, if I'm not mistaken, is very difficult to work with chemically. It doesn't act very well in an acrylic medium. So white paint's just hard. Now, I modify mine in a few different ways, adding airbrush products to them to make them more reasonable for me to use through the whole White Scars Commission. I'll be honest, I did that so long ago, like a year plus ago. I don't remember exactly what I did. I'd imagine it involved a fair bit of flow improver and thinner, but I can't go into more detail than that, or even if it was both or just one of them. I don't know. But I know I just poured those things into the pot and then shook and then waited and then used it like that. And I still have to use specific brush techniques in like the transfer of the paint to the palette and then onto the brush and then treating the brush before I even paint the model. And then be conscious of certain attributes they still have and work around that. You markers and sharpies them all? Yeah. No, that's a real thing. I've seen pencils used too as a highlighting technique, but I got stuff like that. I haven't used them in super long, but I've got these micron pens. I used to use these for like scripting and stuff before I learned better fine brush control. But yeah, it's super fine pens. I actually find these a little thick now for my tastes because I can get brush tips thinner still. But I used to do all my what do you call them? Purity seals with those. Let me see if I can find some old purity seals I did with those. Oh yeah, this guy, my Premier's captain. This guy's Puri Seal work is all done with Micron pens, which does make it pretty easy to do stuff like all that because you're basically just writing, right? So really helpful for newer people, we'll say. Yeah. But yeah, I've seen people using pencils recently. That seems fascinating. I've not looked into it in detail or tried it, but supposedly it makes highlighting really well, very easy. So that's pretty cool. I'm of the opinion in arts, there's no such thing as cheating. Whatever works, man. Whatever works. If you are getting the results you are looking for, or better results than you had planned, then you're doing it right, whatever that means. So yes, go get some goat's blood and some human hair brushes and get to work. Actually, Ninja made a video about using his own blood. I gotta go watch that sometime. There are definitely a few of my minis that contain a bit of my blood on them somewhere, but I've never actively tried it before. Not that I recommended it. I don't think. Don't go out and try that and say I told you to do it. 6:08. Okay, I've got about another maybe 10 minutes. I might do it at 6:15. It's gonna be a little bit of an extended meal break, a little longer than what I usually do, just 20 to 30 minutes, because I actually have to cook dinner for the fam. I am cast iron frying up some cube steak. I tried to find something that would be quick. Salad's already made. I made it earlier. So it shouldn't add a whole lot of time to it. So it might be a lot more in the 30, 40, 50 minute range, depending. But uh, but yeah, that's how that's going down. So roughly 10 minutes or so. And then after I eat, I will be back, and I'll be on a BRB screen all the time for the new people. So you can just keep me right here, enjoy the music, or mute me and come back around 7. That works too. Speaking of music, I'm gonna switch this up again because I'm all over the place. Oh, I was like, what is all this stuff I'm seeing? It's like I hit explore and not home. Oh, this is good. I can get my camera to focus. Focus! And while I'm cooking, I'll be listening to more of Prospero Burns, which has been a good book, but I definitely think it kind of made me like the Space Wolves less somehow. Hey, Sai! This for session 0 for my Fiverr One Piece game. How did it go, Mr. Professional DM? I'm gonna assume it went great, and we can now move on now, because clearly you're a professional. So what else is up? I'm great. Everything is perfect. I am professional. I'm amazing. Everyone's beneath me. Bow, peasant. Bow, peasant. Peasant. I'm gonna try to remember to call Saya peasant from here on out. Remind him of his grammatical deficiencies. Peas and what? Yeah. Yes. Peas and taters. Clearly. This is not a hairline deficiency like you. Yeah, I bet Saya also has a hairline deficiency. At like what, 21, I think? Yeah, that sounds about right. Sounds like the type that would have a 21 hairline deficiency. I've known the type before. Nah, I'm sexy. I just got my hair cut, nerd. Oh, you got oh, what was it called? This is from before your time. My new haircut? Are we gonna jump all the way back to my new haircut right now? Jaeger bombs? Muscle milk! Wow, that's an old one. I think I'm getting a hairline deficiency at 31. I started going Vegeta meets Doc from Z Nation. Like it I think it properly started like 3 years ago. So like 25. It's ironically right after I decided for the first time to let my hair properly grow out, like as much as I could. Nah, it's fine. Skullets are amazing. My beard's twice as thick as yours. Sit down, kid. Oh, I'm about to get rid of my beard, to be honest. I don't usually keep it around for very long. It's only this long and this unkempt because I've been working, like, too much again. So I literally have not been doing, like, any grooming besides, like, the mandatory shower. Because I still shower, and I'd like to remind the nerds in the chat, shower, for the love of God. If you don't remember the last time you showered, that means it's the time to shower. I thank you for the potty break. Even though that will be used well later, as I'll be cheating and using the cooking dinner/dinner break to use the toilet as much as I need to. Because I am a cheater. Nah, it's called being efficient. But yeah, no, I thank you for that. A pure Saiyan's hair does not get mad down and maintains the same shape from the moment they are born. Except for beards and mustaches. Mustache, mustache, mustache. I've watched that video too many times. I just burn all my stuff in the fireplace to save money on the water bill. Is that because you enjoy long showers? Alright, I'ma pop some oil on dem feathers. And then I'm gonna go do the dinner. What's your longest shower record? 3 hours? Yeah, that sounds about right. for reasons. I had reasons, but yeah, it took 3 hours. It was a thing. All right. Is 6:16. I am now going to go make dinner for the fam, eat dinner, and then I will return refueled of hopefully re-energized. And we are going to I would like to where would I like to get by end tonight with this guy? I mean, this arm obviously done. This isn't too far from. Can we finish this guy tonight? Maybe. Possibly. Finishing might be a stretch, but let's get really close. Let's get most of this guy done. At least both arms completely. Maybe his backpack, maybe his head. Yeah? Yeah, that seems good. Let's try to get as close to him being completely and utterly done by the end of the night. I don't know, that'll be partially on you guys keeping the hype alive, because, I mean, if the chat's still going active late into the night, and I'm gonna stick around, because you guys are most of my energy. Alright. I would say expect me back around 7, so, or whatever the next hour tick for you guys is. Hope to see you guys around then. If not, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. You guys make this possible. I am return. Okay. So, peeps, who remains? We lost most of our people. Hopefully, as only for the moment. Dinner was delicious. I am getting quite good at making a bomb cube steak. And due to one weird circumstance or another, I'm the only one that ate of that dinner. So, like, what even? It was delicious, and I get leftovers, I guess. It's all for me. I'll take it. Ah. Streamers banned the words Harry Potter and Hogwarts Legacy. Weaklings, I say. If you are harmed by a word, then, dear God, I pray for your soul. And supposedly most of these people grew up in the same generation as me. Grew up with the internet. I guess a lot of them didn't grow up on the internet. They came in later, is my guess. Alright, well, we're continuing with the gun arm for the infiltrator. We are looking at, I'm gonna throw some Draconov Nightshade on the feathers and begin highlighting all of the gray stuff. Then I can highlight the metal and then dry brush these. This is done. Hey, Potato. Thank you for the welcome back. I appreciate it. Glad you are still here. How are you doing? How's your Saturday going? As it's now getting into the later bit of Saturday. How are you doing? How be you? Yeah, I've slept all day. Sometimes you need that. Rest is good. I am glad for those that can do it. I usually have a hard time falling asleep, so if you if you're able to do it, go for it. It's weird. I have like snippets of time here and there where I'm able to fall asleep easily, and lately's not been one of those. That's fine though. Dawnstone, yes. It's not Saturday but Sunday. Oh yes, you are in the Euro region, I believe, right? Oh wait, he's in the AU. Yeah, no, you're right. Well, I think the Euro just jumped over, but yeah, actually Australia's well into Sunday. How's painting that goblin coming out used to in the UK? Hmm. Yeah, I believe you guys hit midnight pretty recently. So you're what, five hours ahead of me? So like 6 months ago? 6 months ago you hit Sunday? Oh yeah, tomorrow's gonna be fun. I got at least one D&D game. I can mostly take it easy. Very different from last Sunday. Last Sunday I didn't get any of my games, and I had to go do a manual labor job. But actually, now I think about it, I still have not gotten paid for. I should send her a message. Got banned in 2 painting streams for mentioning Hogwarts. That's intense. Here's what you do, Bugatti. Here's what you do. When you run into people, not the streamers, but people watching, and they want to be able to talk about things that are actually happening, you tell them to come here. I welcome any topic. I just don't welcome bad attitudes. I ban bad people, not bad ideas, and there is a difference. You can absolutely be an excellent person with a couple of bad ideas, but will help you figure out if it's a bad idea or not. Yes, tell them all come here. I will take your free thinkers and your rebels. And your, I don't know, I'm trying to replicate the Statue of Liberty speech. There's a safe haven for free speech here. Trust me, that political server I mentioned in that Discord pings me a lot that I'm a mod of has way worse than things that are even allowed to be talked about on Twitch, like TOS. Like, we scraped the bottom of Discord's TOS in that server because we want to explore every idea and find out what's real. So if I'm a mod around there, you can imagine how I handle my my chat. I regularly get into deep economic, cultural, and political debate with actual, like, not ironic, not internet troll, like real, like, fascists, communists, socialists. Uh, to the point that, like, Nazis become a joke at this point. Mussolini's quoted regularly, not by me, obviously, but you know. So, ain't nothing you guys gonna do in a Twitch chat gonna scare me. But you don't know if those are bad ideas or not unless they're discussed. That's the whole point. That's the point of language. You can't think without free speech. Literally, thought is speech. Or speech is thought. You know, either way. If you are told that there are subjects that cannot be talked about, you are not going to think about them. That or you're like me and you can't stop thinking about them. Seriously, there are some streamers that I don't mind their content, but the fact that there are restrictions on what you can say in chat, literally I don't go to their streams because I can't do it. That was the thing that kind of surprised me. It only firmed up to me how I wanted to run this chat. When humanity all merged together, would we still have our current conditional republic, or humanity adapt a more communist fascist approach? Like a more authoritarian, effectively? Well, I don't think humanity is ever going to... Constitution. Yeah, no, I kind of filled in the gap. Uh, I think... I think our current trend is actually towards republics right now. As humanity is becoming wealthier, right, and less dependent on nature's mercy, we are becoming more and more freedom oriented because we can afford to be. As that continues, I think that humanity will actually not unify, or you could say it unifies in its diversity. I don't mean diversity like what we call diversity now. I mean, like, actual individualism, because the individual will gain more and more power over its immediate environment. And I think countries will become smaller and smaller, and as we get into space, you'll get, but smaller and smaller relative. Like, the actual size of the number of people involved in them will probably become massive compared to now, but relative to the entire species, they will become smaller and smaller and more diverse and diverse. And there will still be authoritarians here and there. It will still be an idea that gets, you know, knocked around, tried out here and there to terrible result. But I think the greater trend is towards more and more constitutional republics and democracies like we have now. Yeah, capitalism is winning. Just flat out. Capitalism can't lose. Straight up. Look at every time communism or fascism has taken over. It's been in countries in crisis, poor countries, afflicted populations. As soon as they become properly rich, they don't want to give that up, even the poor people. And actually, that thing. So this is actually a great time to talk about the thing that I posted that I mentioned I was getting pinged a lot today. Was I had the realization that population size has a massive factor when it comes to a country's power capacity, right? The more people you have, the more you can do things, and that actually scales exponentially, right? Because you have more smart people, you have more specialists, you have more of like everything, right? So when I look at U.S. compared to China, right? U.S.'s GDP, 23.32 trillion. That's with 300 and like a little under 350 million people. That's with a liberal democracy, constitutional republic, capitalistic society. It could be more free capitalism, but it's pretty free comparatively. It's pretty darn free, right? I'm sitting here right now with my two businesses that I run myself, right? Yeah, tax problems notwithstanding. And I can talk about just about anything I want on the internet. There's a couple of, rules, restrictions here, but it's not that bad. And I can talk about the government, say whatever I want, right? So pretty free. Then we look at China. China's population, where is it? Oh, I don't have it in this post. Where is it? It's about 4 times. It's like 1.4 billion people. 1.4 billion people in China. Their GDP right now is 17.73 trillion. A full, that's nearly 5.5 trillion beneath us. They have 4 times our population. U.S. and China, since World War II, both went in very specific directions. U.S. was not a national power, was not even considered a major power, really, until post-World War II. World War II set us on the road to where we are today. So we can start at 1945, 1946-ish. At that same time, that's when the communists took over China. China already had a larger population than us at that time. Now, what are we at? 60, 70, 80 years later? 80 years later, I calculated based on our population and China's population and our GDP rate, like our GDP per capita rate, so the amount of GDP per citizen spread, and they should be at exactly 99.21 trillion GDP. They, with a reasonable margin of error, they could be sitting at 100 trillion GDP in 2022, last year. But they're not free market. They're partial market or partial free, which only started, in the last 30-ish, 40-ish years. They started adding a little bit of capitalism. Now they're starting to pull back on it. So communism straight up fails. And capitalism outstrips it massively. And you can take that in the other direction. If we had China's population, we would be sitting at around 100 trillion GDP because we have free market capitalism and a liberal democracy style setup. I mean, yeah, it's a constitutional republic, but it falls under the same umbrella compared to other government styles. So I just call it liberal democracy. The idea is the people have a say in the government and can say what they wish about the government. That's the point. So yeah, capitalism cannot lose. Late stage capitalism is a complete artificial thing made pretty much exclusively by communists. But communism has failed every single time before it even really got started. So I'm not gonna take their thoughts on capitalism very seriously. As I forget who made this quote, but there is a quote that um, capitalism as a system produces inequality, as does every other system. Capitalism, however, is the only system that also produces wealth. And it has produced a massive amount of wealth. It has produced so much wealth we don't even understand in the first world how wealthy we are. We can't imagine unless we have actually gone to other countries or studied the subject specifically in depth the amount of wealth disparity there actually is on every single level. And that's a good thing. Because now, if we actually were smart about it and we weren't being held back by the eco fascists, being very serious there, the eco fascists, we could then go out and help the rest of the planet rise back up. Or not back up, but rise up along with us. And we have been to some extent. Is that so refreshing? Dude, I'm telling you, go into our Discord, go into my Discord, and go to the motivation. I think it is the inspiration, motivation channel, and watch those videos I post in there. There are these long podcast things with world class experts in their fields talking about how the world is actually freaking awesome. Earth is great right now. The economy, actually, long term, is great. Humanity's the strongest it's ever been. We have never been in more control over our fate compared to nature than we have ever been. What systems do the 4K factions use? Good question. Um, so, first off, the Imperium is not fascist. It is actually not even that authoritarian. It is theocratic, which it is pretty low on the religious freedoms, yes. But politically, it's actually pretty freeform. You have imperial law, which does not cover that much really. It's mostly dealing with Xenos and tithing to the greater Imperium. That's most of imperial law. As imperial law, as the High Lords of Terra, whose main job is to navigate, not navigate, but like what's the word I'm thinking of? Manage the Imperium's response to large galaxy scale threats. Right? That's why they're the ones that can call what do you call it? Space Marine foundings. Right? That's one of their ways of solving problems is calling a Space Marine founding. Right? Then you have like the Administratum, which handles imperial finances and all that, and they have their own worlds that fall under those laws. And then and then you have the Adeptus Mechanicus, which follows its own strictures and on its own planets. The vast majority of civilian planets, however, follow a very simple stricture. The Imperium does not care as long as you pay your tithe. You are free to rule yourself however you deem wish, in which case, yes, plenty of them turn into aristocracies and oligarchies and authoritarian tyrannies, what we call tyrannies, and as many others turn into what are called civilized worlds, which look just like ours. That's a thing that's been said explicitly in the lore. It's just the stories don't focus on those worlds because those don't make for good storytelling. Hive worlds and death worlds and war worlds and I said death worlds. Feral worlds, medieval worlds, all these make for much better stories. But there is a great many civilized worlds. Macragge is an example of a civilized world. Many of the worlds of Ultramar actually are civilized worlds. We also don't see a lot of them because we focus a lot on the Space Marines, which many of them, outside of Gilliman's people, don't pull from civilized worlds because they don't make strong stock for Space Marine warriors because they want an extremely strong starting point, right? So actually, the Imperium is a theocratic federation with an oligarchical bent, but it's a bent. Does that kind of make sense? Stretch is a good call. The other factions. A lot of the other factions don't have really firm and hard governing, actually. There's so many sub-factions and stuff. They're not united. The Tower are like a weird autocratic caste system, in which case the entire cast of the Ethereals has unrestricted executive power over the rest of it, which is why everyone calls them communists, because that's literally the Ethereals are the Communist Party, straight up. That's exactly what they are. The Tyranid's a hive mind, so that's closer to just one organism, really. Who was that? Was that Zophiana? Goodbye. Oh, have a good one. Used to this. Sup, Sai. What's the yikes for, Sai? Uh, let's see. Other factions. Orcs is the war bosses, right? Just you in general. I think you're yikes. Okay. Look at you charging people to play D&D. Kind of a more a capitalist, are you? Can you just let people play their game in peace? I know. I'm parroting. I'm satiring. Space Marines are usually, but not always, pretty militaristic. Militaristic, autocratic as you'd expect, because they are a military formation. Not always. Some of them use councils. The Iron Hands, for one, uses a council. I'm pretty sure the Salamanders do as well. The game is tomorrow. I gotta do the touches today. Still gotta do arcs and non-binary section. Yeah, because they reproduce purely out of spores. I still gotta do finishing touches prep on my sci-fi game. Game is tomorrow. Gotta do touch. There you go. Do it up. I got my 2 games tomorrow. I have my anti-dragon tactics in mind, ready to go. I think I'm done highlighting this, actually. The highlight actually came out pretty clean for this arm. A little bit mess there, but not too bad. Oh, I think I can do this again. Just need to write down some plot on what happens after the Megafauna fight and what the next step after that is. Oh yeah, the Megafauna. Fair. Do it up. Let's see. Other factions. Necrons. Necrons are, I mean, yeah, you can call them autocratic, but most of their, like, standard people don't have mind or will anymore, so that's more like a bunch of old men with, like, toy armies that just doing whatever they want, pretty much at this point. Who else we got? The Eldar are usually council based, but they have a lot more social, like, mobility as far as I'm aware. They go boys, and more orcs spawn in the room ready to go. Yeah, that's actually pretty much it. That's pretty much it. No, okay, so orcs throw out spores anytime they yell, burp, kill something, die, all of it. They do stuff. Anytime they do an action, spores pop out. And the spores take a little while to grow based on the size of the orc contingent we're talking about. So that can be really quick or really slow, depending on how many orcs. So then those spores grow into either the mushrooms they use as food, the grots they use to farm the food, the snot or the snotlings, snotlings and grots. I keep mixing them up. I think snotlings farm the mushrooms, and then grots farm the snotling. No. Not quite. Kind of close. Not quite. Um, they turn to the four different types of orcs. You know, the mushroom, the snotling, the grot, and the orc boy. Uh, just kind of at random. Like there is a ratio that holds to about right to ensure that orcs are a completely self-contained ecosystem on every level. So they need absolutely nothing externally to survive, reproduce, and grow. And that's why you can find them all across the Milky Way in any possible situation you can even imagine. Yeah, yeah. So like the most common thing the spores turn into are just mushrooms that they use as a base food system for all the rest. And you have snotlings, which are like the mini goblins that farm the mushrooms for the most part. Grots, which are like assistants, backup food sources. uh Usually the slightly more mechanical capable compared to the average boy. Oh, and the mushrooms include also turning into squigs. Squigs are a thing. And you have the boys, which further specialize into what are called weird boys, which are like your mech boys, which are the mechanics, your pain boys, which are the medics, your was the ed boys or whatever, your psychers. Those are super rare, but psychers. And then boys that fight a lot and win grow bigger because all of their growth is based on adrenaline out of violence. So the bigger one gets, then you turn to a knob, and then you turn to a boss, and then a war boss, and then a wah, and then you go kill more stuff, and then you go super huge, and then you're a Gazkul Magoric Thaka. As long as you live. It's not likely. Not that you care as an orc, because you don't. There is a permanent thinking in orc psychology of, yeah, that happened to the other guy. Such an Uman thing to do. Yeah, care about dying. Yeah. Yeah, orcs think they're immortal, like terminally. Like only the weaker guy next to them that died, that's him. That's not me. I could never die because I'm me. That's orc psychology in a nutshell. As long as an orc has something to hit, something to eat, and a war boss that sounds about right, which they do automatically because they're the war boss, they're the biggest one. All you have to worry about is doing what the big war boss says. And an orc is happy. All the happier if the thing he's hitting is probably roughly as big and fierce as him, if not bigger. Because the bigger they are, the more adrenaline they get, which means the faster they grow. Orcs, do you think they can die? Well, I mean, like they think they can die if they believe they're invulnerable. No, they think they can die. They just won't die. Yeah, I could die, but I'm not gonna die. Me die? Nah, that's not how this works. Like there is a difference. They don't wanna. If they did, how do quarks become orcs? We don't really know. They kind of just degenerated when they didn't have the Necrons to fight anymore. I don't know. Straight up, we don't know. We don't know why the Quarks turned into the Orcs. Apparently, the Eldar don't even remember why anymore, even though they were there. I can now do the metal highlighting. If they die, they can't fight anymore, and they wouldn't want that. Yeah, I got too much crumping to do. Too much crumping. I don't do a good orc accent, so you know. I'm not good at accents in general. There are. I have a very particular set of skills, and only those skills. And I'm absolutely terrible at everything else. What's the name of those orcs who follow the rules as a teenage rebellion phase? Storm Boys, something like that? I mean, Storm Boys, if I remember, are like their jump pack dudes that use as shock troopers. I have no idea what you mean by the whole rebellious teenage phase thing, though. That rings no bells. Your followers train march in formation as a way to rebel against the older orcs. Propel themselves in the battle on a rocket, sometimes exploding up. Oh, yeah, okay, no, that's starting to ring a bell. Who do you think will win nomination, Trump or Ron? Like, Ron, wait, as in Ron Paul? What? Like the Republican nomination? I didn't even know. Oh, Ron DeSantis. Ah, got me so excited. I was like, Ron Paul's back? I didn't think he would. Actually, I actually went to his rally in Rhode Island when he came here to URI. That was great. Um, man, I was gonna say Ron DeSantis. I was gonna say Trump anyway, but yeah, no, I remember now. Um, and then I pull up a poll tracker, and Donald Trump is killing it with 47%. Ron DeSantis next 31%. So it's looking like probably Trump, actually. I'd be fine with either of them. I yeah, it's I think probably Trump more so because I think he has better economic takes. You know, being a what a multi-millionaire, multi-billionaire, something like that, or at least multi-millionaire, tens of millions, way more money than I got, and it's from business and not from politics. So I'll take that. Do you believe the legends that the ghost of JFK will return around the 2024 election? Yes. Yes, and it is based. He has my vote. He was going against the what do you call it, the Federal Reserve. I'll vote for JFK's ghost. Dude was also a party animal. He just casually laid Marilyn Monroe. Like, let's go, man. Like, he simultaneously takes on Russia with the Cuban Missile Crisis, the Federal Reserve, the potentially most powerful financial institution in the world, and lays Marilyn Monroe in the course of like 3 years. Like, come on, man, you can't stop this dude. Oh, except I guess a bullet to the head, but short of cheating, can't stop this dude. No wonder they took him out. Oh yeah, no, Russia's man. We thought Russia was a global power. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? Like, actually, yeah, 1 year today, exactly 365 days ago, we all thought they were a world power. And then starting 6 days from now, we began learning, oh yeah, oh yeah, paper tiger, economy, yeah, all they have are nukes now. We know that everything else they got is bust, right? Like even the couple of things they did well, like intelligence and operational security, ran out the window when they realized that they were entering Ukraine and no longer had cell phone service. So like, yeah, no, they're a joke. Which sucks for like the people. I feel really bad for the Russian people, honestly. The Russian people are getting screwed over. Well, war is kind of a misnomer because we never declared war and we never fought any of those like wars. Those were all policing actions or jumping in for to protect or promote our what do you call them? Economic interests, right? We did not declare war on North Korea. We did not declare war on North Vietnam. We did not declare war on Iraq, Afghanistan, Jordan, uh, Egypt. I mean, what were all the other countries we invaded in the last 20 odd years? We didn't declare war on any of them. We did not throw our resources at them whole hog like we did in World War II. There were policing actions. Some of them did not even have actually defined um winning what do you call them, conditions. Yeah, war. We declared war on terror. That's so dumb. That's not real. It's not even a real thing. It's not even a real thing. No more scary aloud. Yeah, it's war on horror movies. And before we find out they never had nukes, they were just paper mache recreations. That yeah, you mean like North Korea? Marines busting a haunted house. Like, have you seen those? The Black Rifle Coffee Black ri- whatever they're called. Like their videos of if vets were in horror movies videos. I watch them every year. Those are so good. It's so great. It's also like I'm not a vet, but like that's why I can't watch horror movies because I think like that straight up. I'm like, oh hey, scary thing. I don't own any guns because I can't afford them. But blade, I've got actual blades all over my room. I can just pull at any given moment. Pretty much anywhere anywhere in my room, I can pull some kind of sharp object. Like it's yeah. Yeah, no more scary. Yeah, they weren't real wars. Especially like the war on terror was just we were after oil and opium. All my guns cost me around 10K. Yeah, that's about as much as I made last year. It's commission for like $103, and I just got my statement from Fiverr. I'm only making 108. Yeah, that's why I don't use stuff like Fiverr and what's the other one? Eh, it take too much. I can run my own platform and do this. Seriously, I'm not doing like a 2 grand Primark commission and then I'm actually making like 1,600. That's garbage. That is so many hours unpaid for a platform for advertising. Like no. Yeah, no, it was premium crashing and skipping the next song again. Yeah. Or 10,000 orc teeth, yeah. I'm gonna get back to 10K for my Tesla tax return. Wow. Nice. Wonder what you'll be doing without 10K. Plus, I live in California, so I'll get more. Good for you. The federal government, actually, no, both governments, federal and state, are screwing me right now. They're like, "Oh, you're too poor. You need to give us more money." I'm like, "Screw you guys." But it's fine. I got some ideas. I got some plans. I got some schemes. Just gonna rob a bank. Just gonna rob a bank. All casual like. Dude, you know bank robbery is actually way easier than movies make it sound? Like, there's a dude that in real life has robbed over 100 banks and then just decided to stop. He just stopped. All grand, you don't get that much money from it, which is why he robbed 100 of them. But you know, he did 100 of them. After a while, he was like, yeah, it becomes really rote. It was like almost like the first couple, you're like dying of anxiety and panic, like about to go into panic at any moment, and then by like the sixth one, you're like, all right, it's Monday, time to rob a bank. Buying half a Tyranid army. Yeah, yeah, that's real. Government demands its money. Yeah, seriously, kind of like a mafia. Oh, you just realizing they're like they're like organized crime? No way. Shock and horror. Time to dry brush these, and then this will be done. And we can do the scope bit to go on, and then the shoulder transfer, and can pop that on. This guy's speaking of transfer. This guy's transfer needs some micro soul. Yeah, no one can read my poker face because my poker face doesn't look like a poker face. They don't even know it's a poker face to be reading a poker face. Do you get my poker face? Dry brush. Dry brush is a lot brown in it all of a sudden. All of a sudden. Well, I've been dipping in brown all day. I think weirdly enough, I was just thinking about like the government's 40K thing. The most fair government in it, which is not the most free, by the way, but the most fair is probably McCrack, where it is ruled by the Space Marines. Marnius Calgar is the Lord of McCrack. He has final say in everything. However, it is a strict meritocracy. So you have a meritocracy where your promotions and demotions are at the end of the day decided by transhuman, post-human super soldiers that live for hundreds of years. That would actually probably turn out pretty good. Not saying there's a lot of freedom in that, but apparently, at least in the lore, most of the people living on McCrag are extremely happy and live very purpose-filled lives serving the Ultramarines, who treat them very well. What's pretty funny, the NRA was started to help the black population get guns for self-defense, and everyone called the NRA racist. Yeah, I know, right? It's because people that know nothing about guns think guns scary. That's all that is. It's the usual crying of the neo-Marxists. Man, friggin' this is ticking me off. Wonder if I like hard reset YouTube Premium, that would make it more stable. I thought I had fixed this because I outsourced a bunch of my larger stuff I had working in the background to my backup laptop, my old laptop. Or I just finished the thing I was doing and got rid of the thing entirely, but you know, I don't know. Yeah, of course they call the NRA racist because that's all those types can do at the end of the day is call you some kind of socially abhorrent name and hope it gains traction because they don't have logic to throw at these situations. So they go for emotional string pulling because you don't need logic to pull someone's heartstrings unless they're mine. Then you need a lot of logic. So yeah, oh, I don't agree with what you're doing, but I have no logic to back it up. Well, I think you're a bigot and a racist and sexist uh and a misogynist and Nazi and they never call you a communist, by the way. I wonder why. They always go for Nazi and fascists. Hmm. Funny thing that. Look at Discord, Jen. Unfortunately, majority of people are snot dripping from their nose, dumbasses. Yeah, that's the problem. They don't think with their heads. That's why the neo-Marxists are winning. They already won in the universities, and they're moving hard into the media. Looking into Jen. What? What? What is this? Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. Don't change the song. I just want to pause it. Okay, good. What? Okay, all right. I'm gonna. Oh no, I don't want full screen. I want to see this. Trying to open it up. All right, let's go. Where's my win cap? Win cap. All right. This can have audio immediately, or wow, man, slammed her. Got a point though. I don't know about the anorexic part, but that's because I'm small. Obviously, he probably wants someone a little closer to his size, respectable. I think he could go losing a couple burgers, but eh. But that's mostly from a health perspective, really. Uh, Voice was kind of annoying. If you're sane, socially aware, and unbrainwashed by religion or politics, congrats, you're unironically less than 20% of the United States. Unironically, I think less than like 10% of the United States. Fortunately, I'm probably simp. Eh, to each their own. Like I was mentioning earlier, I'm much more, what's going on in my hand? This dry air is killing me. Uh, much more moved by intelligence, opinions, I like an opinionated girl that can talk about issues and things that deeper topics. Like, geez, you back at the Jenner horn dog. I've really turned down sex. I'm just thinking about like because of reasons. I get such an overwhelm of opportunity. I actually turned down way more than I actually have. It's a problem. I can't really go into more detail on that because I live with my parents for different reasons of lifestyle differences and them being extremely religious. That would be a thing I can discuss more vocally in the future. All right, moving on. Yeah, talking about some people that are brainwashed by religion. My parents are unironically flat earthers. Like, it's pretty bad. 6 before and after every stream, 7 times, no cap on a stack of 100 emoji. No cap on the stack, 100 emoji. If I did, again, if I did not live with my parents, yes. I don't think you guys understand. I have my ways to market myself extremely efficiently. Anyway, that's actually something I can discuss more on Discord as in text format, but like, got flat earthers above me. Oh, well, you know what it is? It depends on how you rate, like, when one session ends and the next one begins. If we're going off my partner, then yeah, 7 times. I don't go based off mine. Um, didn't I do... Oh, hold on. Yeah, I dry brushed and then I put the Drakenhof Nightshade. So I gotta blue these feathers out more. Alright, I'm gonna channel that energy into at least opening my documents for Cypher. Dude, you gotta start with where you're at, man. You know? You clean your room by organizing one spot at a time, and you fix your life by cleaning your room. One attempt at a time. So open the docs and then see how you're doing there. And no one's gonna judge you except me. You're lazy! No. You're fine. Usually. Unless you're not. How about you clean your attitude? No. If I tried, it'd be sparkling. And I think 2 clean is... There's a 2 clean. You can get 2 clean. Alright. That is that piece, done. Let's do the visor. Or scope, or whatever. This is actually for the other guy. Cope seethe mold, Sai. Okay? Cope seethe mold. Don't ask, didn't care. Touch grass, no maidens. I'm still wondering when I put Nolnoy on this. I think I can put Nolnoy on this now. I'm gonna do that real quick. You probably picked Samurai in Elden Ring mid. You're gonna wake up with a cube on your floorboard? What's that even? Like a GameCube? Are you giving me a GameCube, dude? With a cube on your floorboard. I think Sai's gonna buy me a GameCube, which would be awesome. I could go back to all my like childhood memories of like Super Smash Bros. and Super Mario Sunshine. So Funk, does a centaur have his penai? On the front or the hind section? I think the hind. I think the hind makes more sense anatomically for reproduction. Yeah. Yeah, on several levels, actually. What is this YouTube record? Man, Bugatti mentions a record and puts up a YouTube link. I'm scared. I'll click it in a second, but I like the record to know. I'm a little scared of what this is. I won't stop me from clicking it, but you really thought about that a long time? Well, yeah, because I'm thinking about how biologically centaurs would reproduce and which would make the most sense for reproduction, and I think the back end does. Animals don't just have huge dicks for no reason, man. They serve a purpose, and it's very mechanical in the animal world. Yeah, it takes a while sometimes. I do take a while. I take a very long time for my partner's pleasure. Alright, let's see this YouTube link. Can you break down your hypothesis? I can after we check out Bugatti's video here. Okay, this is a 13-minute video. I'm going to give this a very brief summary, and then we're going to go back to painting. Oh, it's Midwinter Minis. Alright, that's not nearly as good as I thought it would be. It's taking a very long time to load for some reason, but you guys can watch how slow it loads. Here we go. Warhammer World Record, paying 220 orcs in just 7 days. Let me see how good they looked at the end here. It's too far. How good is this? Show me the army. Okay. Okay, yeah, that's great. I just want to see the models. Uh, Man, that's actually pretty decent for like 7 days. You know what? Yeah, yeah. I don't know if I could beat it, but I think I could at least come close to this. 7 days, I did nothing else. Like I clear my schedule. Yeah, yeah, I could do this. It's really about prioritization of what the biggest color on them is. You figure that out first, and you airbrush it that, and then you do everything else in like broad strokes and washes in dry brushing. I've done similar before. Not that big or that many, but not far off. Okay. I already break down and I had war flashbacks, my car breaking down over and break down my hypothesis. Yeah. Okay, so the bottom half is horse, right? Which means the reproductive organs for something that big as a youngling has to also be in the horse, like the where the pregnancy occurs, where you got the ovary and the I forget the name of the actual chamber, but the chamber, right? We'll call it the chamber for now, so I remember. Needs to be in the horse size because they're effectively birthing a foal, right? Don't you think it'd be top heavy? No, I said in the back. It'd be all horse. All of their reproductive stuff would be horse because they're a horse, but the head's replaced with us, with us from the waist up. So everything has to be in the horse end for reproduction. Are there Oriental centaurs? I mean, yeah, centaurs that were born in Asia. That's basically it. That's yeah, it's going to take a full month for my stuff to go through. Don't get paid till 3/18. Oof. Why am I looking at this? Oh, yeah, because I put Illinois on it. Right. Okay, we are now doing this. This is what we're doing. Just mostly metal. Why didn't I just airbrush this steel? There's like a little bit of black, and everything else is No, anyway, all right, moving on. I don't know where the Oriental Centaur, like, has to do with anything, but sure. Yeah, yeah. There's also Native American ones. There's like South American ones, African ones, right? There's Tibetan monk centaurs. They're really good at kung fu. Okay, Their kicks are like nothing else. Their kicks are unbelievable. What am I looking for here? Lead Belcher. Man, one kick from a Tibetan centaur and size car breaks in half. I am happy to help, Joel. Good discussion. I think so. How are you doing, by the way? How's life? Oh yeah, I should go back and make the casings on these guys' magazines brass. I feel like there might have been some type of trap joke you were trying to pull me in there, but I'm too much of a fantasy nerd. I'm gonna break this down on a biological basis. I mean, people should not be surprised considering that I give Psy crap for his bad D&D economics. The economics aren't realistic. No, no, you just told me the last time I was here to ask me any questions. Oh, okay, all right. I tell, I tell everyone. So I just jumps in. I hate you. I hate you. It's like Anakin episode 3 over here. No, I tell everyone. I tell everyone asking questions. So sorry. At this point I'm not gonna remember individual people. Um, it's been actually a conversation piece of like this entire 5.5 hour stream is just like free speech, free speech, free. You can talk about anything you want, ask anything you want, whatever. It's all on the table. Table is an infinite table of topics. Go hard. Uh, we ban bad people, not bad ideas. And bad people are made by bad attitudes. And I still have not banned anyone, by the way. I am still banned. Well, I've banned a couple bots, but those are bots. I don't count those. They're not people. I have banned no persons still. And I've been streaming since July. So, yeah. Have you ever imagined having sex with a ghost and someone walks in your bedroom just to see your butthole widening and narrowing for no reason? I have not imagined that, but I've seen something similar on what was the name of that show? That was a really cool show. It was it's on the tip of my tongue. Oh, it's got there's a part where this chick is having literal sex with Saiyan, but he's invisible, and people just walk in on her having very vigorous sex with an invisible Saiyan. Um, what is the name of that show? Hold on, I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find it. It's like killing me. Or you know, I might find it faster this way. I don't want to say the stuff that's in it because it actually spoils it for you to know that that stuff's in there. Um, uh, 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 hold on. Mm, mm, Man, it was a really big or not big. It was an extremely underrated show too. This is killing me now because I loved that show. I've thought about rewatching it a few times. I watched it years ago. Oh, Penny Dreadful. Penny Dreadful, that show. Yeah. So I've not thought about, but I've seen something similar. What noise? I didn't hear any noise, honestly. Pretty sure I didn't fart either. That might be lately blowing out my nose a little bit because it keeps stuffing up since I got sick. Uh, Side trying for #1 to be banned sounds about right. He might just succeed too. We'll see by the end of the month. POV when you fart and shit. Uh, I legitimately have no memory. I was so focused on finding the how did I paint this other guy's gun? Okay. I whatever happened did not occur in my consciousness. It was not even picked up. I maybe listen, all I know is now Funk's gonna jump in the chat and send me on a completely alternate pathway of thought, like every time. And I'm here for it. That's it. I'm gonna go make some sugar cookies. Saw a recipe on the side of sugar bag earlier. I'm gonna try try that. Go for it. Oh, I'll have you know that my cube steaks were amazing, and I'm looking forward to having the leftovers because the ungrateful cretins didn't have any. Yeah, no one had my cube steak that I rearranged my schedule to make them. How dare they? Good for you. I'm so glad you don't care. Man, that sounds like backpedaling, which sounds weak. Sounds like beta behavior. Especially if he thinks I'm so weak as to become offended by it. Jeez, what do you think I am? Some kind of beta or omega? Nah. I just, am I doing this right? This looks about right. Oh, that last bit's supposed to be black on the bottom. That's fine. Okay. Backpedal into your garage door with my Ford Explorer in a minute. I mean, I'd love to see you do that, legitimately. Like, I would pay to see you do that. You know why? I don't have a garage. So I would love to know how you pull that off. Get destroyed by reality. Unrecoverable. I'm gonna turn up in a week, fully construct a standing separate garage, and run it over another week later. Okay. I mean, that's not gonna bother me one bit. I, I'm a carpenter, don't test me. I mean, I think that would bug my sister and mother that use the driveway. Actually, would probably bug them more than it would me. I work from home. I don't care. Leaving all the rubble for you to clean up after? No? I'm pretty sure by then my mother and sister that do own weaponry would be very sick of your crap and force you at multiple weapons point to fix that. Don't cross my family. They will kill you. Like I'm thinking just because they would want to have fun, you would be working under the sight of a short bow and a hand crossbow. I'm not joking. Like, I'm laughing, but, like, that would actually occur. It would suddenly get real medieval real quick. Yeah, my family don't lock the doors at night, and that's the reason why all of us have multiple capabilities of killing a person that actually broke in, and it's Rhode Island, so it's castle doctrine, so get wrecked. We basically dare people to break in our house. Which is also why I don't mind saying that I'm in Rhode Island. Like, what are you gonna do? Oh, you mean actual tank? Yeah, if you can get an actual tank, then props to you. Then I might actually do anything you tell me to do. Maybe. If you actually acquired a tank at some point. Keep painting. I'm gonna keep painting because I like to paint. Okay? You telling me to do something I was already gonna do doesn't count. That's just you talking. You spouting off to the wind. Like an impetuous storm boy. And storm boys are teens in their rebellious phase, so we don't listen to them. We don't pay them any mind. We just continue doing our orky things. By orky things, I mean end up on Raven Guard Trophy Rex. Get wrecked. That's it. I'm gonna think about tactics. Outside trying to get up out of his chair to make sugar cookies, which he clearly needs. How orcs rebel. What time is it even? 8:14? Okay. I don't know, Sai. You're starting to bore me. What's going to do if I decide to sign off here because I'm bored? Well, I thought that's how this worked. You guys entertain me while I paint? Orcs are rebelling against older orcs by mourning their fallen loved ones. That's actually pretty good. Oh man, that would make an awesome comic strip. We just keep making little comic strips of orcs doing what we call normal things, and it's orcs being rebellious and like showcasing the orcs' reactions to it. It actually, unironically, be pretty funny, I think. Actually, I can't even highlight this yet. It's too wet in all dimensions. So I guess I'm gonna start on the shoulder pad, which is pretty much just red. I mean, look at that. It's a shoulder pad that we have to do one color to. If you sign off, I will step 1, make cookies. Step 2, jack off. Step 3, load up RimWorld. Step 4, play a game and watch the last few episodes of Boruto I have left. Step 5, cry in bed because everyone has shows to watch. The show hole! Okay, I can, even though I don't watch shows very often, I can relate to the show hole. I actually get them with YouTube content sometimes, which I find fascinating. Like I get into a big run of watching one thing for a while, and then I run out of current stuff, and I gotta wait. Yeah. The biggest one a while ago was this was a while ago, but still, when I discovered Russian Badger, I watched so many of his videos for weeks. I was watching Russian Badger, and then I just ran into his current stuff, and now I'm like everyone else, waiting for 2 months for an amazing 30 minutes. I'm always waiting for the handful of YouTubers I like to upload. It's like two, three videos a day I actually want to watch. I watch a lot of, to be fair, I watch a fair bit of reaction stuff, so I'm able to recycle content a little bit that way after a while. Like, I've actually watched people react to Russian Badgers stuff, for example. Maxor's been a thing that I watch a good number of people react to currently. It's just really funny. But also, I watch a lot of intellectual stuff, so there's usually a next to endless, swath of that available at any given time. Every kind of intellectual topic you can think of, I'm sure I've had a point of just watching a slew of those videos for a while. I'm waiting for the One Piece dub to finally kick back in again. I'm enjoying watching this show the same exact time the dub is taking a hiatus. Oh, that's annoying. Actually, I know that pain. One of the only animes I have found I like, Food Wars. Its season 3 exists. It just hasn't been translated from, I think, Chinese yet on Netflix. So I've been waiting for that for like 2 years now. Yeah, it was about 2 years ago. It was in the last 6 months or so. I was with my ex, or no, the fall before, so 2.5 years. Yeah, it was actually during one of the brief happy times we had towards the end of that relationship. Um, but anyway, yeah, 2 seasons. Second season was really good, actually, and since then I've been waiting for season 3 to some point get dubbed. It's a cooking show, by the way. It's an anime about cooking, ironically. It was actually, I think, one of the things that helped me get over the weird, like, PTSD thing I had anyway, with cooking for other people. Now I kind of like cooking, as long as I'm just doing whatever I want. People telling me what to make, that still rattles me, in a weird way. It's been like 4 months since any dubs have been made. I can't stand Japanese voices. I'm too attached to dub voices. Yeah, I feel that. Oh, another show I'm waiting for the new season of is Shadow and Bone. That is a surprisingly awesome show about a fantasy World War I Russia with Avatar: The Last Airbender thrown in, and it's live action, and it's like shockingly really good. And I'm waiting for season 2. Like it's got some of my favorite like recently made characters. I was supposed to cook up a large dish of mac and cheese. Amazing. Oh, I know and amazing from scratch. I thought you were like boasting for making mac and cheese. Like, good job, mac and cheese, boy. I know an amazing from scratch recipe and got a pasta extruder. My mom came home with McDonald's, so oh man, McDonald's. Yeah, I need one of these big contracts come through so I can have Domino's. I have not had a Domino's night in a year now. And man, I want some Domino's, but it's like $60 for me to do a full Domino's night. Tomorrow's dinner, I guess. Wait, no, I'm running my game all night tomorrow. No mac and cheese for you, dude. Monday, surely. I am going to log in Wednesday, and you're gonna come and be like, "Yo, I'm gonna make that mac and cheese tonight." I'm gonna be like, "Okay, sir, whatever you say, whatever you say, man." I've been telling myself for like 3 days I'm going to boil my brushes now that my cousin in contract helped me. Cousin on contract revealed to me how that would function, and I still haven't gotten to doing it. It would make this painting a lot easier, actually, because I'd be using better sized brushes for. I mean, if it worked, I would be using better sized brushes for it with better tips. But I'm not lazy. I was just really tired from the storm front, honestly, so I just didn't do it. You know what? And it's not me lying to myself. I can tell from today I feel radically more energized. I'm starting to get tired, but I mean, I've been streaming for 6 hours, so that's, I think, completely reasonable. I could just be making it twice. You don't know. You could not make any of these foods ever, because I don't think I've ever gotten pictures of any of these foods, so you could just be lying. It's the internet. Copium. Your face is copium. I prefer to eat the food, my bad. I mean, you can take a picture before you eat the food. I almost took a picture of my cube steaks because I thought they came out so good. There were so many onions, man. There's so much onion, and the cracked pepper was just chef's kiss. Takes too long. Yeah, I think you don't take long enough to appreciate the finer things in life, like proving to online personalities that you actually are a good cook. Imagine how many foods I could eat in the time it took to take the photo. Like 1 unit of food? What are you talking about? It's taking a photo. You're posting it to my Discord, not Instagram. No, actually, no. You should probably take more time to get a good pic to post into my Discord. Maybe one entire foods, like 1 unit of food. It's like the endless series of games. It's just one food, one industry. What's the other ones? It's like a four thing system. One gold, I think, and one no, dust is gold. Dust is magic and gold. What's the other one? Science. One food, one industry, one science, and one dust. Or if you're like broken lords, many, many, many dusts, because all you need is dusts, because you're the thousand suns. Straight up, Endless Legend has a faction. It's turn-based strategy. Has a faction that is literally the thousand suns. You can... I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that, guys. I would still touch grass if there was any grass to touch, but it's February in Rhode Island, so there's no grass to touch. It's all dead. Got another month, and then maybe I get to see a little bit of green. Or outside sex right now. It does. The outside is a pretty rough meadow right now. I'm gonna go make my cookies now before I put off any longer. Nah, you gonna leave me alone? Fine. I definitely don't like painting alone. What are you talking about? Actually, actually, actually. Oh, I didn't. You know what? That's fine. Looks good. Looks great. Not gonna worry about it at all. Oh, oh man. Man, now I am thinking about ending early. Starting to drop pretty hard. Not gonna lie though, I'd probably keep painting. I just wouldn't. I'd do it with entertainment that kept me awake. Doing additional other things as well. Yeah, I don't know how people give Imagine Dragons crap. They're great. Yeah, they got big and they changed their style a couple times, but that's how it goes. Their stuff continues to be bangers. Bunch of hipsters, if you ask me. It's like the same people I gave Nickelback a bunch of crap. It's like, oh no, did Nickelback come out with another, like, banging song that took over radio for months to years? Man, they must be so bad at making music. Alright, there's a little bit of cleanup in there, but not too much. Now we can get on with the scopes. Gotcha. Oh. Uh, oh, wait, no. Hold on. Found the problem. Actually, I should carve that off. Hello, Ben. Nice to meet you, Ben. Welcome to the stream, Ben. How are you? How is your weekend going? My name is Table. Well, you can call me Table. I have other names, but that seems to be the best for this one. Oh, thank you for the follow. I am new to Warhammer 40k, and you are in a good place. I love introducing people to all of the strange hilarity and grimness of the 40k universe. You're doing good, I assume that's what it does in reply to. Good. I'm currently trying to get this infiltrator scope to slide into the gun properly. I personally play Raven Guard, and I like tribalizing mine, but I am a commission artist as well. I do unreasonably large painting commissions. Yeah, I need to stop doing that. But anyway. But yes, if you have questions, give questions. Any of the questions, any kind of questions. How to hobby, how to paint, lore, tactics. If I can't answer it, I can usually send it to resources that can. I think this will fit in nicely now. Glue. Oh, yeah. I'm a, some people say I am good at painting. I don't know if I believe them, but, you know, beauty's in the eye of the beholder, I guess, and all that. And, don't worry if my stuff looks too good. I literally had not, like, used a paintbrush before I got into this hobby about 5.5 years ago. I did not go to art school. I barely even took art classes, homeschooled, so stuff got weird sometimes. Completely missed a few subjects here and there. Didn't even know I was good at art until this kind of happened. Yeah, I mean, I guess this could just pop off now. That's fine, actually. So, yes, when I say you could become like me, that's, yeah, you could. There really was no barrier to entry, really. I just kept pushing myself to do new stuff. Oh, actually, it was not a good time if I had to pop off. I still gotta do the lights on a gun. The Blue Space Marine chapter, that's probably Ultramarines. Now, question for clarity. As you at least sound like you're not even sure which chapter that was, did you pick Ultramarines because you want to do Ultramarines, or it could also be Crimson Fist, by the way, and a few others. Um, or is that because what's on the box? Because actually, the whole idea is you can paint them to be whatever chapter you want. So, uh, like these are infiltrators that show Ultramarine infiltrators on the box, and they are becoming very tribal Raven Guard. Like pretty tribal. This gets more tribal. Let's see. You Ultramarines. Sup, Haven? How goes? We have new people here. Be nice. I think, just went real hard orc all of a sudden. I think Ultramarines are fine. I am nice. I like the book. There you go. And you like Ultramarines, I guess. Listen, he likes the book. He likes the Adeptus Custodes. Not Adeptus Custodes. The... Wow, I am really falling apart. How long have I been streaming? Man, not even that long. 6 hours, 20 minutes. I should be doing better than this right now. He likes the Codex Astartes. So he likes Ultramarines. Sounds great. Just don't play Emo Ravens. Yeah, he says that because he got smacked around by these Emo Ravens one too many times. Because he thought he'd be cool and play Gene Stealers, and then I was like, anything you can do, I can do better. And, then I started decorating my dudes with the skulls of his fellows, and, you know, or severed heads, for that matter. Try it now. Oh yeah, because Gene Stealers are winning. Yeah, but they have so few games. We don't really know if that's the case. He by Emo Ravens he's referring to the Raven Guard, the Space Marines I play. Gene Stealer Cult is one of the other factions in the game, which a couple years ago we had a string of me playing Hobby Haven here in real life. He owns my local game store, and I beat him several times in a row, I believe. Although then you beat me later several times, and I also started putting his heads on my bases because I'm funny like that. Yeah, remember that one game where you had the trucks that just killed everything? It wasn't the trucks, it was the cars. It was like the I don't remember what any other vehicles are called. No, I remember the Goliath truck. It wasn't the Goliath truck, it was the other guys. That have like some indirect fire nonsense, which doesn't even make sense. I don't know where that gun is on. Rock grinder? The little the car looking thing. Those are rock grinders? Okay. Ridge Runners, that was it, the Ridge Runners. Yeah, they got some indirect fire nonsense and just annihilated me. I doubt that would happen now. I have so much anti-vehicle on my list. Have I gone over my new list with you? I'm about to throw you off into the deep end here, Ben. You're about to hear like the hardcore uh stuff now. They are now mining lasers. Okay. By the way, I don't know if you saw his stats. Raven Guard's sitting with 50% win rate right now, according to the GT community stats. Granted, it's only 10 games, but hey, we won half of them. I think my new list, which I am prepping for, I still have to. I got to paint this list of infiltrators or the squad of infiltrators. I got another contemptor to paint, and then 6 eradicators. I got 2 in the top 3. Yeah. All right. So here's my list. here's the list I'm setting up for. So this is hopefully I'll be able to try this before Arcs of Omen's over. Heavy support is the type. Cave and Strike and Master the Forge Primaris Tech Marine. 20 infiltrators, 4 5-man squads with all with infiltrator comms arrays. A firstborn apothecary, 2 relic contemptors with twin volkites and missiles. 3 3-man eradicator squads with heavy melter rifles. A 10-man Hellblaster squad with solid plasma incinerators, and Massacre Vander with everything. He's got 2 las cans, 100 killer missile Stormbolter, 2,000 points. Calm down, Iron Hands. Dude, when I'm able to put stuff anywhere I want, and the only way for me to get points is for me to just take objectives in the mid-game, then that's what I'm going to do. Listen, there's nothing scarier in the game, I don't care what anyone says, than Raven Guard Eradicators, okay? I'm just gonna show up next to you with 3 heavy melter rifles. You're done. Also, I mean, come on. How good are these infiltrators looking? They look so good. I can't wait for to do this whole squad. I got so many cool ideas. Now I'm getting way more into green stuff and converting and nonsense. I mean, look at this. It's good. I'm just about to get crazier. Magnets? Nah, they don't have any weapon options. What am I gonna magnetize? I don't know fully what these are meant to be yet, but it felt cool while I was making it, so it was pretty easy. And yeah, there's a lot more going on here. Maybe I'll magnetize the comms guy because medic, or like I did the other one. I don't think I'm even gonna bother. I think I'm gonna make it because of the green stuff converting. I'm probably just gonna go all in. Oh, by the way, this guy here. Um, yeah, yeah, I know he's an infiltrator, but Raven Guard secondary, secure and sabotage. It's all about planting them explosives. Yes, Ben, if you have questions about any of this, ask. Anything and everything, I will explain. But yeah, my infiltrators are now sappers extraordinaire. It's all they do, literally. They're there to look scary and be completely ignored. Ignore them. Don't look over there. Don't worry about it. They're just troops. You don't have to worry about troops. Don't worry about the troops. Worry about those big guns over there. Those guns look scary. You should probably worry about those guns. This did not mount very well. I don't appreciate this. I don't really know why there's a problem, but it is not mounting, and glue is not my friend right now. Oh, glue's not my friend either, right there. Okay. What is happening here? Why is this not mounting? I think I have too much glue in here still. That's my problem. I gotta get rid of all that. Have my scars done? You know what? Weirdly enough, it hasn't really set in yet. I think it's because they're still here, and I haven't finished going through the pictures for them. If you notice, I haven't posted anything in like 2 months, for the most part, and that's partially because I haven't since April 2021. I signed like that contract was signed in April 2021. But yeah, there they are, still hanging out, waiting for Plasma to get here. Supposedly with some Voton, which is only one squad at I think tier 1. Uh, so like I still gotta go through the pictures of them. Just gotta pick them up, and then I think it'll sink in. I think it also has to sink in because I haven't really had a whole lot of time to like celebrate or do anything to like really purge my. Maybe by the time I'm done with this infiltrators, I'll feel completely done. I don't know. Cleaner soap. Why? Because then I lose soap. Trick or cleaner soap. Yeah, and then the soap goes down the drain instead of on my brush. Paying forward blow drones? Nice. Oh yeah, yeah, you put some pictures of those in there in Discord a little while ago. Alright. How can I further I think this needs to be a little smoother in there. Where's that file? I need that file back. Yeah, I tried painting my soap a few times because of people like you complaining about dirty soap, even though it's soap. And a bunch of like it just shrank by like 20%. Like, that's just a waste of money, man. Chaos any bike mates? Yes, there are, Chaos Space Marines on bikes. There's a kit for that. They're actually, I hear, kind of good right now, I think. Could be wrong, but I could have sworn I saw in a tournament list someone was running, Chaos bikes. They're annoying to get rid of. Wipe with a paper towel? How it's dry. Most of that is really old. Nah, it gets slightly cleaned whenever I use it. And then it dries and it's dirty again. It's whatever. How do I... Thank you. I now have two sitting. Two of those for the moment. I haven't really needed them, really enough. Drank all my water. I don't know. But thank you. What am I doing? I was getting a bunch of DMs on Discord dealing with that. It's all good now. We're fine. So good. Oh yeah, there was something I was gonna ask Bugatti. What was it? Oh, that's killing me now. How do you get such ravishing good looks? No, it wasn't it. No, it was I just wonder it was something 40K related too. Nope, it's gone. No idea now. There you go. Yep. Chaos Space Marine Bikers. So I can have my Death Guard read them. Check your codex, man. I have no idea. And I mean, I'm sure, yes, you could model some Death Guard onto there with enough effort, but I don't know if that's a thing actually in their rules. Hey, Justin, do you know if Death Guard can take bikers? I mean, I guess I could look it up on Wahapedia. This is still having a hard time lining up. Killing me. Let's see. Wahapedia. Can Death Guard take bikers? I don't, like, thematically, I could see them not, but I don't know. I'll send you something on Discord. Oh, that might be super lagged out. You sent me stuff in Discord. Yeah, do it in the group. We got a group we got a channel Discord. I guess this channel's just not been up for a while. Come in, I mean, I sent you an invite already, but yeah, there you go. Yeah, we got a community Discord where we share our paintings and stuff, and try to give each other tips and whatnot. Wahapedia is taking a tick to load. I feel like my internet's slower than usual right now, and I don't know why. Why are you slow? I would blame Sai, but he's off making cookies, so I can't. You're scared? Dude, you have not seen Mano's painting. That man makes a yellow tide of orcs. I don't know why all of his stuff is yellow. It's pretty funny. No, you got a lot of people at like the exact same skill level as you. Don't worry, man. There's like 3 people in there, including myself, that are like very good at painting. The majority of them are same level as you. You're fine. Also, usually, like if it's posted while I'm streaming, I will throw it up on screen and we'll check it out. You know, let's check out Mano's Mr. Coat. Mano's actually gotten like a small following of his own from the other people in Discord. Like he's like a crowd favorite. This is I'm gonna throw on Mano's Poxwalker here. He's actually starting to get fairly decent. Yeah, this Mano's Mr. Coat. Dude, why is there still so much yellow, man? I don't get it, but it's great. It's good. It's good stuff. You put in like little wounds and stuff. That's pretty good. Pretty good. Not too shabby. I think that might even be highlighted. I can't be sure, but also like why is it so yellowy? So you can see all the yellow paints in the background. All this stuff is yellow. It's great. It's hilarious. I love it. He posts like almost every day, the Mad Lad. It's great, honestly. He's an inspiration to all of us. Oh, there's oh, that's from the Reddit. Okay, I kind of want to see that. I'm gonna check real quick if they actually are in the rules. I'm on Wahapedia here. If my Chrome would respond. Maybe it's just Wahapedia is having a hard time. Let me. Where's that other pic I was gonna look for? Oh yeah, right. The Reddit post of the Chaos Bikers. Let's check this. Oh, dude, these are awesome. Yo, these are hype on the conversion. Ain't too shabby at all. Look at that. Even got like wheel spikes going on. That's pretty good. Does Wahapedia want to like run? Oh, I keep forgetting Wahapedia's .ru. That's probably why it's having a hard time. I suppose I could try checking through what's it called, Bowscribe. It's already a Bowscribe on. Actually, that might be the thing slowing stuff down. Bowscribe on the PC is kind of chunky. Let me see. Add force. Need what? Death Guard? Alright, so bikes. Probably in fast attack. I don't see them in fast attack or elites. Or in heavy support. So I think Death Guard Codex you can, but you could probably pull it off where you're mixing, like you make a Death Guard army that's based in the Chaos Space Marines, and they're all converted to look like Death Guard, with pulling in like Death Guard allies or something like that. I'm not really sure how Chaos Soup works very well, but you could try that. Playing Darktide? Are you playing Darktide? I'm not playing Darktide. I don't own Darktide yet. Uh, maybe when I got next week. I got a website contract supposed to be paying me in theory. And maybe after that, I'll buy Darktide. We'll see how it goes. Maybe it's this. Maybe that little bit of black in there. That's what's messing it up. Are you playing Darktide, Bugatti? Hey Bugatti, for Ben's benefit, would you say in the painting area we're pretty encouraging of new painters, beginner painters? Oh yeah, we have a role specifically for that, don't we? We have like a new painter role. Yeah, new painter, parentheses, we give them advice. Yeah, you can literally get a role. I think you have to ask me for the role. Oh no, I think it's at the top. Yeah, you can give yourself a role that gives you new painter, we give them advice. You can also pick up faction roles so people know what factions you play. Yeah, the Discord's a fun place. I mean, Discord also goes by the same rule I use for chat. If someone else is trying to make someone else have a bad time, like they're gone. Which we still have not had to do. Somehow. Still not sure how exactly that's worked out myself, but I've yet to ban a human from either. So I'd say it's working fairly well. How is this still having a hard time getting in there? I really didn't think this would be the hard part of this. Yeah, I'm starting to wonder if there wasn't a specific piece that was supposed to go with this specific gun, but it seems weird. You know, at this point, I'm just gonna glue it on and say screw it. I'm done messing with this. It's not worth it. Then we'll paint the little lighting effects. And, pop it on the metal. Nice. Okay. Now, back to making progress. Yeah, I hadn't heard this in a while. Yeah, I forgot about the Sid. What was the Sid's other one? There was another Sid song that I was vibing to a few years back, like real hard. I don't repeat. It wasn't Shake the Bagpipe. It was another one. I gotta go find out. Was it Iridium? Yeah, it was this. Yo, let's go. What am I doing? Red. Ink. Okay, I could do it with a sharper brush for this, but yeah. Dude, sweet. I hope the other plate goes on well around that. Guess we'll find out in a bit. I can always pop it off and pop it back on. It's a nice thing about using super glue instead of plastic glue. I will always recommend super glue over plastic glue. I get Loctite precision pens personally. Buy these things in bulk. Things are so good. Oh, I am out of frame. That doesn't help anyone. Welcome back, guy. To answer your question, no, I have not been playing Dark Tide. Supposedly next week I should get a pretty decent check from a web dev job, so I might get it then. We'll see how it goes. And check on beef roast of smoking. Nice. Yeah, in the smoker. Very good. I approve. Definitely more manly than the sugar cookies Saya is baking right now. I mostly wanted to see if Sai was here. Henry Cavill got you smoking? Nice. Is that actually like a true story? His entire IG is just smoking meats and custodies. Dude, Cavill is such a Chad. How is he so Chad? How is this man this level of Chad? Hmm. It's like infuriating. That man needs to be Gregor Eisenhorn. Like, he needs to be Gregor Eisenhorn. Come on. 'Cause, I mean, Eisenhorn was also this level of chat. I don't know if you've read the Eisenhorn books yet, but like, they're good. He's good. Like, if there's anyone I would just fall in and follow, no questions asked in the 40k universe, Eisenhorn's on that list. And workouts, yes, of course. He owns muscle tech supplements. Oh, really? You know, that doesn't surprise me. Dude is buffed. Alright, well, that's drawing. I need to pull out a Raven Guard transfer. Let's see, what do we got? There we go. It's clearly the one I pulled out to work on these, so we'll do that. Getting tired. Not gonna lie. Getting a fair bit of fatigued. Though it was a good day. We were ticking into double digit. It's probably good he left Netflix and Witcher on this. Oh yeah, no, if you read into like all the nonsense going on with that, yeah, no, he absolutely should have walked away. I would have walked away. That's some garbage. And then turns around and it's like, hey, Amazon, you're doing great with like the D&D stuff. You want to throw Warhammer into the mix? Amazon's like, oh yeah, let's go. Although ironically, now I think about it, even if Amazon tries to pull the like diversity crap, which there's rumors that it is trying to push that, you can't. There's only a few ways you can actually screw that up in Warhammer. Like you have main characters, and then you have like female Space Marines or female Custodes. Everything else is already like free game for the most part. You know what I mean? Like, ironically, the characters I would be most concerned about them, for example, like race swapping or whatever, are the black characters, which they're definitely not going to do that. If they do Eisenhorn, right? There are two very, like, fan favorite, described in the books as they are clearly black. Like, they're black people. Not going to say African American because that'd be stupid. Africa and America don't exist anymore in 40k, like by the 41st millennium, so, or 40th millennium anyway. But they're described as like these are clearly black people. Those would be the only ones I'd be really concerned about them like messing with. Because of that, really. Honestly, the Eisenhorn characters are so well described, it would be really stupid, and I don't think Cavill would go for any of it for them to mess with any of those characters. Because not only is there like there's official art for a bunch of them, but also like all the fans know exactly what they look like. The descriptions were very good in those books. So like I don't even see how they could even shove in diverse in a way that actually feels weird. And that versus stuff only works if it's done by accident, like in an Earl Jones verse voice Vader, Samuel playing Nick Fury. Right, like those characters are so perfect for those. Like I had zero problems. I don't know anyone else that actually had problems with Samuel Jackson playing Nick Fury. He is a perfect Nick Fury. Like good lord. Like I don't even when I think of Nick Fury now, I don't think of the comics one anymore. I think Samuel Jackson. You know what I mean? Like that's good casting. It doesn't even matter. I can't think of any like for example a white actor that looks like the comic book Nick Fury that would do as good a job of Nick Fury as Samuel Jackson. All right, well that's doing that because that's got dry. Do I want to start on the helmet or the bomb arm? It's hard because I'm getting tired. Uh, hmm. But yeah, 40K kind of actually has a lot of diversity stuff built in. They like I don't know why people have been trying to push it into the universe through like blogs and stuff this whole and like trying to pressure GW this whole time. When like in all the places it actually matters, it's already kicked in. You don't need to do anything. I could start painting this, I guess. Hmm. So as long as he does Gregor Eisenhower, I don't see how that can really get screwed up by that. So I'm pretty optimistic, really. How do I want to do this? I could make this whole thing metal, which is the obvious play, but I feel like I want some of it black to break it up. For a case full of diversity, yes. Yeah. I don't know how they could screw it up at this point. Not pretty good, but I've made better plain sugar cookies. It's okay, because Bugatti's smoking some beef like a real man. So you don't have to worry too much about your cookies. White scars are basically space marine. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, like almost every historically relevant grouping you can think of is reef smoking comes after the cookie. No, I said beef. You smoking some beef like a real man. Uh, yeah, like every historically relevant group that you can think of is represented somewhere in 40K. Yeah, smoking meats. Like red meats, bleeding blood meats. I'm looking forward to my leftover cube steak with all that onion. It's not gonna be as good reheated, but it's still gonna be pretty good. Uh, man, I am just crashing like really hard. Uh, so the cheesesteak is always good. You know what? That's actually not a bad idea. I got a bunch of cheese. I just don't have like bread. I don't have any gluten-free bread because it's expensive. I get these tortilla rolls that are made out of egg instead. That's what I usually use. I could make them in those. I think about it, I could probably make two of those. Could probably actually make three, but that's a lot of the tortilla wraps. But yeah, I got Munster cheese and I think pepper jack. It might be Colby Jack, but I think it's Pepper Jack. That's a pretty nice combo, actually. I might do that. I might make some Philly cheesesteak. Yeah. Elmer Fudd grilled cheese music video. I don't think I have. If you actually know how to cook and make some rolls, yeah, I think we'll make some rolls. I saw that, but Philly cheesesteak does sound pretty good. It would reheat the stuff nicely, because I'd be putting it in a toaster oven instead of microwave. Uh, Man, I am not gonna lie. I'm considering ending early just because I'm like crashing so hard. I don't know why. I'm just feel dead. Like I don't want to keep painting. I like don't want to keep painting. I don't know why. Or at least I don't want to start like a whole new piece anyway. Ugh. Ugh. Holy crap. Why am I so tired? I mean, I know I'm at 7 hours, but normally I can get to 8. It was a pretty brutal week. Hmm. I'm gonna wait till Sai gets back, and then I might just end, because, man, I am exhausted. Can we raid someone? I guess we can. We only got a few people, but, I mean, do you have someone in mind? The painting dad? Oh, I know the painting dad. No, he's cool. We pop into each other's streams from time to time. Yeah, we can raid the painting dad. That's cool. Yeah, say no more. Seems like a good end. Good end to a good stream. Yeah, let's do it. Screw it. Let's get out of here. Oh, you know what part of it is? I started a bit late, so I keep looking at my session time, but it's like 9:30. So like normally I'm ending in like 25 minutes when I start on time, but I started like nearly a half hour late. Yeah, the ping data. He literally comes up as soon as I hit the rate show. Is one of the is it the fifth one that pops up? Yeah, let's do it. Let's do the raid. Is everyone in here? I don't think everyone's in here, but we'll try. We'll do it. Oh, I forgot to set up the other side. I forgot how to raid. I'm supposed to set up on the Twitch side. Oops. I'm supposed to give us his channel, but I'm a dumb because I haven't raided in a long time. I haven't raided in like 2 months. Everything's slow, so slow. It's got to be the painting dead. There we go. I'm gonna be behind ads. No, I closed Battle Scribe. Why is it so slow? So this?